Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. Welcome to another edition of Airy Sky Readalee's video blog. I got a couple updates that I want to share with you that's really interesting today. Really interesting. So I want to thank Chloe. Chloe can be nice when she wants to be. Okay, I'll give that much to admit. I asked Chloe to get me some milk. I didn't finish up the little chocolate milk thing. They charge $2.50 per on top of the organic milk for the glass recycling. And then what happens is when you recycle the bottle back to them, they turn around and they give you $2.50 back. So that includes a little bottle of half and half that's like this big. So Chloe, I didn't expect more half and half, but she did that, and I thought she'd get only one thing of chocolate milk because there's a chocolate milk glass. It's almost empty. So today's discussion is going to be a big one, okay? It's going to be not too long, not too short. I think I'm going to get this done as fast as possible. It has to do with stimulus, not about milk, by the way. Food stamps is a big one. And then I'm going to talk to you all about something that Eliza Noka brought up in a recommendation for a video, which I'll implement into it in this one. So, first of all, let me tell you, I've been getting emails about people, when are our stimulus coming? Well, if it's pending for the 7th, you'll get it the 7th. People are emailing me saying, well, we want our money now. And these people, most of them that are the ones that want it now are the ones that want to go shopping. I said, what are you going to buy? PS5s and Xboxes and everything else. So let me tell you a story, okay? There's other people out there that went out and did the same thing. TVs, desktops, aka computers, laptop computers, video game systems, you name it. They just used their stimulus check. Now everything's sold out. And by the way, I talked the other day, I think it was yesterday, about 28 ships have not unloaded their cargo. Could have been 30 or 32 today in Los Angeles. So the point I'm making is this. People are complaining about their extended food stamps haven't hit their cards yet. All over the country. They're like, where does it eat? Well, I have a message for you all today, okay? Quit relying on the government. Plain and simple, think of it. You got $1,400 between March 12th and the 17th, March 17th to the 24th, March 24th onwards. The next wave is April 7th, right? People are basically upset. They are literally furiously upset. I mean, literally, look, if you got $1,400, do you sit on it or do you go and buy a TV and then be like, oh, well, I get extended food stamps at the beginning of the month, I'm good. Then when they don't come in, you email me, and I'm like, look, you're relying on the government too much. The state of Washington said they'd have it done between the 12th and the 15th to extend them. They're just working out the kinks. Fortunately, too many people out there are self-reliant on the government. Let me tell you a little story about self-reliance on the government, okay? Back in the 1800s, when Mormons were persecuted, do you think they would just sit there and walk out the street and be like, oh yeah, I got food stamps, I'm going to live? Everyone had to work. But the reason these safety nets were put into place is because of the Great Depression. Before that, there was no safety net. Actually, I have mine saying I'm getting mine on the 7th. So if you want to debate me on that, I'd gladly debate you, Calvin. But right now, I'm talking about the people that already had theirs. Everyone else who's got their checks already and spent it, they're now looking for more money. They're turning around and begging the government to just cough up recurring payments. Problem is the government doesn't owe you a thing. Look, during the times of Jesus, when Jesus was around, Jesus literally preached. Did you ever ask how Jesus supported his needs? No. Look at Paul. Paul said during his time, he preached in the synagogues and he preached the early church followers, but he worked with his own hands and toiled with his own hands to provide his own needs. I mean, literally, back in the day, the church didn't take tithing seriously. The Jewish law did. They're like, tithe 10% of your income, 10% of your crops, and 10% of your oil, or 10% of your wine. I mean, and then other churches followed suit with 10%. I mean, did you know it is against the temple rules that if you're a Mormon, that if you don't tithe, you're going to hell? Literally, oh, well, you're going to hell because you didn't give us money because we're the church.
In the Middle Ages, you had to work for something. Like, everyone had to work.
Well, I think the other YouTuber did this, Calvin, because frankly, I'll answer your question in a second. Frankly, because he's doing a clickbait. He wants clickbaits, and he's trying to make money somehow because he knows his money-making faucet's being turned off. What was your question?
Middle Ages, everyone had to work.
Well, yeah, think of it. Not just the Middle Ages, Chloe. Everyone, even during the time when they were building the pyramids,
you know. The Middle Ages and even earlier, you had to work for royalty.
No, well, yeah, you had to work to pay to earn your money. Peasants worked, everyone else worked. You see how I'm up?
You worked to serve the monarchs.
So there you go. Let me see. Do we have any more down here? Yes, we do. So I can fill it up again. When that's empty, I'll fill up your little bucket again. We have plenty of food, so you're not going hungry. Let's see, Calvin. I guess that makes me ensign. Yeah, well, actually, anyone with a wrench is an officer. So, anyone without a wrench, Basically, I want to do a couple things here. Okay, I want to talk about first the food stamp problem. Okay, the food stamp problem is not a problem. Okay, people sit there and say, "Well, we can't eat because we don't have food stamps," and it gets to the government. Lack of food. Then the government goes and increases the food stamps again. Fortunately, the real problem isn't about the lack of food stamps. The real problem is the government turns around and and what are they doing? They're sitting around. They're minding their own business, and yet they're begging the government to give them their food stamps now because they didn't plan carefully with their stimulus checks. Look at the disabled. The disabled turn around and they're like, "Well, the government's giving me extra food stamps. I might as well just spend my money freely." And then when their food stamps don't come in, they start to grumble, and they start to grumble, and then they start to get on their knees, and then they pray to God, "Dear God, please give me my food stamps." First it was, "Dear God, give me my stimulus checks." Now it's, "Dear God, give me my food stamps." Is God a vending machine? What's next? "Dear God, give me a fourth recurring stimulus check." Then what? "Dear God, we only got another one-time payment. Give us recurring payments." I mean, does God look like a vending machine? Does God literally look like a vending machine? Now, someone asked me about a topic here as well, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. But the food stamps is this. You had your stimulus check. You wasted your stimulus check. Now you get to wait. And if you can't wait because you were relying on the government to give you your food stamps on time, and you only got your basic food stamps and you're griping about it, then you should have prepared for an emergency contingent. God basically said, look at you. We gave you your stimulus like you asked for, but you wasted it on a new TV. Now you got to wait 2 weeks to get your food stamps to eat. Whereas people like me, I'm looking at my supplies going, think I'll take the lamb I cooked last night, make a bowl or two of ramen. Hasta la din din, throw a little lamb in my ramen. Why let the ramen go to waste? I was just talking about making getting some more sausage ropes soon. Sending Chloe out once a week to go get a whole bunch of sausage ropes over at the grocery store, and then getting my sausage ropes and then marinating it in barbecue sauce and having it as a side with my ramen. I mean, literally, you see me complaining? No. I was depressed the other day because Chloe didn't eat her portion of the food. It's not my fault, okay? I'm not going to blame me. I'm not going to blame myself for my depression. That's over yesterday. That's water under the bridge. My thing is, if you don't prep properly, where are you going to be? Think of it. Think of it. I keep reminding Chloe. Chloe always sometimes cries, I try comforting, but she cries sometimes. I should have bought more supplies instead of a computer. No, you can't eat a computer. She knows we can't eat a computer. Problem is look what's going on. Literally. Chloe asked me today, how much am I supposed to be getting food stamps? $75. She can make it last until they extend it. She can make it last because she knows she's not going hungry in this household. She's just got to tighten her bootstraps for a while and eat what's available. Get through this. I mean, that's what we're here for in a pandemic. But there's people out there that think, did you pay the internet bill, by the way? Good. So basically look at it that way. People are worried so bad, right? Worried. Now that other checks are coming in, people are like, can we have your money because we didn't prepare properly? No, you can't, because frankly, you had your money. You had your stimulus check. You had your kids' stimulus check. You had all this money, and look what you did. You turned around and spent it improper by God giving it to you. And then now you're praying for your food stamps because you're sitting there, dear God, please extend my food stamps that I need to eat. And God's standing there going, look, I gave you $1,400. You can't, I mean, literally, remember, the core word here is sin is its own punishment. Chloe and I know that word well. We watch The Shack at least twice a week, right? Sin is its own punishment. Literally. When Max says, that's when your whole wrath comes out, right? I beg your pardon? I don't follow you. Your wrath thing. That's when you punish people. Things that they do that you know are wrong. She says, no, sin is its own punishment. Think about it. One of the things in my sermon today is this. A, the government doesn't owe you a damn thing. B, be self-sufficient and stockpile. C, don't expect the government to bail you out because you're on a measly $800 a month in SSI and you think, I'm entitled for recurring payments. And then the other thing is look at me. Look at me, for example. I'm going to give myself an example. When Jesus was preaching the ministry, before the ministry, has anyone heard the story of King Herod? Herod? Chloe has. King Herod basically said in Matthew, go ahead and find the baby Jesus so I may worship him myself. Truthfully, he sent spies all over to find the baby Jesus because he had his own plans. If the Messiah was truly born and the prophecy was about to come true, King Herod did not need to have his kingdom fall around his ears, so he was trying to basically kill Jesus. He sent a message to Joseph, take the baby, go to Egypt. That was the first part of persecuting Jesus, literally, and he stayed in Egypt until King Herod died. And then they found out King Herod's son reigned. So then he went to Bethlehem or Galilee and stayed there. Think of it. First parts of persecution. What is people doing to me right now? They're persecuting me because A, I'm a minister. B, they're persecuting the true believers of Christ. And 3, they're persecuting anyone who does not agree with the Bible as in its in true form. Think of it this way. Let me show you something. How many people out there and they studied Mormon rules, Mormon laws, Mormonism, huh? I study it. You know what? There's more persecution in the Mormons' time than anyone. Let me tell you my opinion of the Book of Mormon. Does the Mormons deserve to be murdered? by the governor's order in Missouri to execute these people. Murder is not condemned. The Bible says, thou shalt not commit murder. What are they doing? They're persecuting the Mormons. Does anyone ever heard about persecution of many persecutions in history in the United States over Jehovah's Witnesses? Think about that. The Mormons were persecuted because supposedly a little boy at 14 got a vision or was talking to angels about gold plates, which could have been shiny brass. And then the Mormon church, was founded slowly, and the Book of Mormon came out. They just found the first highly advanced evidence after 3 decades of researching one place in all of the Middle East that could be the location where they built the boats and they went to the New World. But now they're saying, well, that's been proven, but where's the proof and where they landed? Well, there's other discrepancies in the Book of Mormon. But until the Mormons actually come out, the Mormon following faith is 14 million. I think Jehovah's Witnesses is like 7, but you get the idea. The problem is what is the true religion? There is no true religion because religion is too much work. You must put your trust and faith in the Lord. Plain and simple. Think of it. I'm being persecuted because I'm a follower of Christ. Christ was crucified. Christ was condemned. Christ was persecuted during his ministry. The Sanhedrin kept attacking him. Tell me, Rabbi, tell me, Rabbi, tell me, Rabbi. And Jesus would come out with the right answers because Jesus was the Son of God and he was God incarnate. They couldn't do it. He fulfilled the prophecy. Since then, the Jews say their Messiah never came back. That's not true. They're still persecuting, saying the Jewish religion's the only religion. Think of Muhammad. Muhammad didn't even know about Jesus' grace. He came in the picture 680 later and started making laws that were based on rules, regulations. Jesus was a prophet. He didn't know Jesus was the Son of God. They don't want to believe that. He wants to say, if you don't follow the Quran to the letter, you're going to not get into paradise. Do you know how many people pray? How many more Islamic or Muslims pray every day? Pray for redemption, pray, donate money to the poor, and so forth. How many times to just see if they're good enough to get in to the kingdom of heaven? No one does. They don't even know. I mean, think of it. And then you got the other religions later. You got the Reformed Church. You got the Orthodox Church. The oldest Orthodox is in Armenia. No one knows that. I know religion really well. I've studied it. So you look at all these things and what happens. Through the ages, Christians were more persecuted. If you weren't a Christian, the Spanish Inquisition killed you by really bad ways. Even the Catholic Church thought that people that had a Bible in their home in English was considered a heretic, and they crucified you by persecuting you. Well, they didn't crucify you. Let me just put it this way. They persecuted you. Persecuted you, mind you, by burning you at the stake as a heretic. And if someone like the messenger, Jean of d'Arc, France, God spoke to her, supposedly. Some say she was schizophrenic. No one knows. Me and Cam were talking about schizophrenia the other day, but think of it. Persecution. Persecution's been going for centuries. It hasn't stopped. People say, oh, we have a diversity. No, they're not persecuting African Americans, Indian Americans, Indians, Native Americans, persecuting Asians, persecuting Christians, persecuting Muslims. They're persecuting people because they fear what they don't understand. Thing is the only fear you have to fear is fear itself. See where I'm going? That's cool. So, do you see where I'm going with this? We're all being persecuted.
Fear
That's
causes
the
war.
fear causes most everything, Chloe. Plain and simple. Think of it. Fear causes people to get angry. Fear causes people to be greedy. Fear causes people to. Fear is the main driving
Look in
force.
Star Wars. Fear leads to the dark side.
Well, and other reasons that go to the dark side, but you get the idea, people. I'm not here to sit here, I'm here to tell you, look between the lines, my friends. Look between the lines. Americans are hurting. And you guys turn around and, you sit there and you say, well, I get food stamps, I'm entitled. Yeah? So are you entitled also to buy that TV and then God turns around and tells you, think, sin in its own true form in this day and age, it's its own punishment. You turn around and say, well, I'm entitled because the government gave it. You see, that's where the entitlement's getting. Think of back in the past. Even the Mormons that were persecuted, a lot of them had jobs. They worked.
Well, I hear a lot like it's Muslim immigrants that came to U.S. had like jobs and worked.
Yeah, everyone did.
They don't. We're not on welfare. They all work and make a lot of money.
Well, yeah, exactly. They did what they could. Unfortunately, Chloe's right. The problem is, in this day and age, the government is just handing people money ever since the New World Deal. I mean, literally, the new norm, everyone, is pray to God for food stamps, pray to God for everything handed to you on a silver platter, no offense, and then turn around, mind you, and then what do? They turn around, right? And what do? They pray. And then they sit there and they're like this. They're spreading their legs, and it's like, look, I got another kid. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. Next thing you know, stimulus check comes, and they got 10 checks for 10 kids. I mean, did you know there was a lady I studied recently, a Mormon, who went across in a hand cart, part of the hand cart thingy, where they were starving. They went from one part of the country all the way to Salt Lake City, carrying hand carts. One lady had 14 kids. She actually worked and supported her and her family, supported those 14 kids. Now look at the world. You have 14 kids, we'll just give food stamps for mom and 14 kids and dad, and we'll give them money. And if they're disabled, we'll give them money. And if their kids are all disabled, we'll give them money. Go ahead.
Moms don't even feed their kids properly because they don't care about their children. They just use their children as money makers.
Yeah, you see, Chloe's right. Some people use the children as a bank to make more money. And I mean, think of it. Think of it. Chloe's right. Completely 100% right on that. I've seen it myself. Thing is, they only think of kids as a way to stay on the dole so they don't have to work the rest of their life.
And then if they turn 18, they find a way to munch house them, saying they have disabilities to keep them there even longer and make money, like what happened to Gypsy, right?
Well, let me just tell a story.
Okay.
Comes a God. All these people sit there and they baby factory until they're so old they can't baby factory anymore. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a true question. These people here that think the government's their baby daddy, for example, then they pray, "Here, guys, give me another 20 kids so I can stay home." Think of it this way. What is going to happen when retirement comes along and they're on poor man's SSI at $600 a month because they baby factoried them and they raised their kids to be baby factories? The next thing you know, not one of them, maybe one, might be something good. Maybe he became a wealthy person. But everyone else in that family might be poor. The poor might get into heaven, but God's getting, I think, tired of all these people praying for stuff so they don't have to freaking work or basically do anything. Literally, you don't see me sitting there praying, "Dear God, give me more money." You know what, God, remember what I said about blessings the other day. Blessings are blessings. Let me tell you, I'm going to tell you a story. A friend of mine who's dear to my heart told me a story. I won't give names. Told me a story that there was contentions within their family. So I don't give their gender either. Their family. Their kids were so angry with them yesterday because they didn't have any money. The stimulus check didn't come in. Otherwise, they would have done something. They might do something later. I'd encourage them to do something later. Still, it's a blessing when you get your stimulus check. Spend $20 or $30, buy ham. Put it on the table and say, this is your late Easter present. She had to sit there at home. They had to sit at home, praise her, and her, never mind. Praise her and her faith, okay? Never mind about there. Praise her and her faith. I'm not giving names. But the story goes, they were eating cream of wheat for Easter with Jesus present and Papa. That's it. And maybe Sarah, you, the Holy Spirit. That's it. Contentions arise because no funds for Easter dinner. The true definition of faith is walked by. Faith is believe something that you can't see. Walk by faith, not by sight. That's how you can walk in the darkness. Yeah, well, we all have an addiction to something, Mark. It's not a bad thing. And welcome, Mark. I mean, literally, it's like I said to Calvin. There's too many people clickbaiting. They're making money off of videos. That's all they're doing. Think of it. I'm doing an update on food stamps being delayed and stimulus and doing a little sermon at the same time, whereas everyone else just wants their money. And then they're complaining. The advocates are being bombed down. The advocates are literally having problems because people are sitting there with no food stamps. They're going in right now saying my food stamps aren't extended. I have a family I got to feed. We're out of food, and they're helping. And the advocates are like, "What happened to your food stamps?" They won't explain it. They're just saying, "Well, we don't have our extended food stamps." To me, it's sad. Saddest thing in the world, people. When you can't even trust people to even be truthful anymore. Deception. Hasn't anyone seen deception? The deception is getting bad. Think of it. The deception is getting bad. People, they come in there like, oh, well, we paid bills. And they're like, oh, okay. But in the tone, did they? No. They're basically relying on these advocates that help with food because they spent their stimulus money. Now, I was talking to my advocate the other day. I said, I thought about donating it. She says, we will refuse your donation this time, Reverend, because you've done enough for us. Yeah, literally. I mean, literally. Think of it. There's too many people out there that are freeloading. Literally, you can see it every day. People sit there and say, oh, well, I need this and I need that, and blah, blah, blah. And do you see me sitting there? I'll tell you what I told Chloe this morning. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Chloe, come here. I need a favor. Hold on a sec, everyone. I'm going to have to Anyways, Chloe's going to do me a favor, okay? She's getting the mail. So, let's talk for a minute. So, I want to say a couple stories. Something that I want to tell you guys about. God is truly good. Remember what I said. Okay, so let me tell you, I'm just looking up some information. So people turn to me and they always ask me about blessings. And I said, depends on how you look at blessings, literally. Oh, thank you. God bless you. Let's see. Oh, he wants me to open this one anyways. And the other one's the light bill, which was so damn cheap I couldn't help but pay the whole thing off myself. Chloe decided because I paid the entire electric bill this month, which was darn near dark cheap. It's this anyways. It says,
What is it, pay thing?
No, it's not a payee thing. Why are you worried about payee status?
What is it?
It's just a letter since I handle all your affairs. It says, for your next payment next month, you will get $933 for an overpayment. Then, for the month after, in May, you will get $955. Then your overpayment is done.
Awesome.
And it says to look for any more future letters in the next 2 months or so if there's any more retro check money coming.
All right.
So we just wait.
You wait and look in the mail.
Yeah, well, I get a notification for everything.
And then the other letters don't, right?
The other one that I didn't open was the electric bill.
Okay.
Good morning, Frank. How are you doing? So your bill, your overpayment of that SSI payment that you cashed finally was paid off. So there you go. The government got paid back, and you still got your $1,400. Good to see you, Frank.
And did it say anything about that retro?
That's what I said. It said if there's any more retro check money coming, then it will come in another letter. Let me just say, sometimes you gotta watch out for her. She's more interested in her next retro check, even though she's, than anything. She spent $1,400 plus her almost all her check, and now she thinks my money is hers. Not gonna happen. My money, mine. I've had to wait this long. I might as well do something with it, right? So, I'm an addict to fast foods. Okay. So basically, the point is, Calvin, is to, again, look at these people. These people are taking advantage of others. Like mothers who want a baby pop, they're taking advantage of the government, saying that the government's daddy's their babies. The government is their baby's daddy. Whereas the clickbaiters on YouTube are clickbaiting you to click on something so they can make a living. Literally. I mean, look. If they're saying there's a pending for the 7th of April for $1,400, do you think the government's going to turn around and be like, whoops, sorry you didn't get your money? No, they're going to literally give it to you on the 7th. Frank, did you get a pending yet, my friend? I mean, literally, everyone's worried about their money, Let me tell you a story. People are being persecuted every day. And people are being persecuted every day. And yet, whether you're Muslim, Christian, Mormon, Jehovah's Witness, they're being persecuted. People sit there and say, well, we're going to persecute you because you don't know what the true church is. It's Catholic, or it's Mormon, or it's Islam. The truth is, if you trust in Papa, aka God, He will guide you. He won't let you go hungry. He won't punish you. Sin in its own is its own punishment. Think of it. I mean, literally, everyone is now being punished. What's the sin, huh? Hasn't anyone remembered yesterday's sermon where I said the spirit of the flesh versus the spirit of the fruit, the fruit of the spirit? Think of it. If you got greed and you got gluttony and you got alcoholism and you got all this, yes, I'll admit I can drink at times. Okay, I admit. I won't deny myself. Okay, I admit I'm a sinner. See? Isn't that hard to say I'm a sinner? Well, congratulations, Frank. I'm happy for you, my friend. Am I a sinner? Yes. Am I sinning right now? No. I'm telling you the truth. Truth hurts. People don't want to listen. Do you know why God is basically being forgotten? Because the government, corrupted corporations want slaves. They want you to go out and be addicted to the cell phone. They want you to be addicted to the cell phone. They want you to be addicted to the cell phone. They want you to be addicted to video games. Satan wants you to be addicted to booze. Satan wants you to be addicted to fast food. No offense to Mark. Let me give you an example of the fast food, for example. What happens if someone eats too much fast food, huh? Clogs your arteries, then what? What if one day you're sitting in the hospital and they say, Mark, you need a quadruple bypass because he ate too many French fries? I mean, think of it. You sit there and you say, well, there can't be a God because he gave me the heart attack. No, there is a God. The problem is you decided to go ahead and eat those French fries every day, become a glutton, and then you basically nearly die of a heart attack because of for not taking care of yourself. I gotta check my balance real quick. I just want to make sure. Oh, okay, cool. So basically, I only checked my balance. See, you guys can see I'm done. So I don't have to be addicted. But there's more. They're taking God away from schools, colleges, everywhere else. Have you noticed that former presidents say, may God bless, but certain presidents throughout our history never said, God bless America? That was taken away because so many people said, oh, well, what if we're Muslim? Then you have to say, may Allah bless America. We're not Muslim. Or what if, people are like, which God? I mean, literally. I mean, think of it. I mean, the point is the American people are, tired. I mean, did you know one of the biggest sins, I think, in American history, even though it was persecuted, was Mormonism? Because think of it. You got the Book of Mormon. They found out the first book of Nephi is true, pretty much, okay? They found proof to it. But they didn't find proof or geological landmass of where they landed or anything else. So there's still a lot of questions. You just have to either believe in faith, which a lot of Mormons do, or say it's all literacy doctrine that's the biggest fiction in American and the biggest fiction in the world. Not a fake. And then you got the third problem, which is they demand you to tithe. They demand you to have multiple kids. They demand you to be good little robots and servants. They demand you to follow the Book of Mormon. They demand you to read the Pearl of Great Price, which is a story supposedly of Joseph Smith's own brethren all the way to the 12 patriarchs when they sold Joseph into slavery in Egypt. They believe that you got to follow the doctrines and the covenants to the letter. No caffeine, I'd go insane. No tobacco, I'd go insane. Very little of any booze, no hard drinks, hard liquor. I mean, literally, to me, I would not be, literally. They want you not to be paying the tax man for your alcohol and alcohol. They want you to take all that money that you're putting towards booze and put it towards the church. The church saved you. No, Jesus Christ saved you. Do you need a church to go to be saved? No, you don't. You can go to church, but most churches are either grace churches or law churches. The law churches, there's 90% or 95% of the churches are law churches. They sit there and say, if you're a sinner, you're going to hell. Repent. You can repent. But Jesus died for your sins. You were saved at 3 o'clock on a Friday almost 2,000 years ago. That's when you were saved. People don't realize this. He died for your past, present, and future sins. People say, well, God's punishing. No, God's not punishing. I'll tell you who's punishing. I was telling this to a friend today. Satan is. Satan's punishing the Christians. The Christians are the ones standing around waiting for their stimulus checks. Waiting for it. Where's the ones that don't follow a God? They're basically praying to God just because they think God might be around. And they're like, I'm praying to God for my stimulus. I'm praying to God for my next payment on my extended food stamps. They're praying to God for stuff. God provides in his own time, but Satan turns around and says, you're going hungry, you spent your money foolishly, and now you get to suffer. Meanwhile, he sees the Christians sitting around going, look at this. Sin is its own punishment. Think about it. When you worship money, that even the food stamps is a form of money. You worship all this. Guess who's the one that's going to be punished? You, for not taking into account what you need to do. You really want to basically be truly repentant. You would be blessed. You would sit there and say, it's a blessing I got to wait for my stimulus. While everyone else is sucking it all up and buying everything, that tells us what not to do. But no, you guys just want to sit there and say, well, there's no God because God didn't give me my food stamps or my stimulus right away. When God heard your prayer, he let you have your stimulus. But he also knew you were going to spend it foolishly. And then he knew food stamps were going to be delayed. So look what happens. You're relying on the government too much. Your best course of action is, there's people out there spending $200-$300 right now going, oh, yeah, I got enough money. I got pot. Oh, yeah, pot. I mean, literally, look around. You're spending your money foolishly on a drug that makes it feels like you're drunk, but it helps you, really. So the government see Satan's allowing you to have your money because he knows you're a sinner and you're not going to repent. You're just going to go down to this dispensary and buy pot. Satan also knows that some people are boozers. Or etc. People have vices. I'm not going to say everyone's follows Satan. If you do things in moderation and you're not tempted, the Lord knows who his children are, or as I call it, who Jesus' sheepy is, because he's the herder and we follow him. We're basically sheepies, right? Look around. American people are waiting too much for their money. Literally. They're waiting and waiting and waiting. Now they're waiting for their food stamps. By the way, the backlog and influx of everyone sitting there because they had to cut corners. Some people actually had to cut corners. Now they're getting government cell phones. As long as you have food stamps, you can get government food stamps. Others are getting low-cost internet through internet companies to show you food stamps. They knock it down by 90%. I mean, literally, what more do you guys need? Literally, you're sitting there sucking up everything that you can resource-wise, and the country is going broke. What happens when a Great Depression hits? And you sit there, dear God, give me a gun so I can go murder 5 million people for their food. I mean, look, there is people out there that will murder others for their food. There is people right now, Book of Mormon talks about it, other people talk about it, where you have something and they go and murder. Did you know the Book of Mormon? I'm going to use the bathroom because I'm going to use the Book of Mormon as an example of something that's important. The Mormons believe that they got to be saved by doing works. All you need is grace to be saved. But let me give you an example of the Book of Mormon. In the Book of Mormon and the later books, right? Everyone met Jesus. Jesus told them the commandments, yada, 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 which is true. You know, not the Book of Mormon itself. I'm talking about Jesus gave commandments and stuff. It just was probably plagiarized. But if it isn't, I'm not challenging the Book of Mormon. I'm going to basically give an example. Book of Mormon said, in the third and fourth generation, pure evil started to reign in what they call the Americas, right? Picture it. People are killing people. Some want to be kingmen. Some want kings. Some want to kill others for what they have. They don't want to work. They want to commit rumors and be a gossip mill and expect handouts, right? Look at the government today. You know, they say in the Book of Mormon they were ruled by kings, and then they went to judges, and judges were fair, and then the high judges, and eventually some were corrupt, and eventually it was kickbacks, bribe the judges, bribe this, bribe that, do this, kill that, and eventually the entire Nephites and Lamanites were both wiped out of corruption and evil because of their greed, their gluttony. When they say, do the golden rule, do unto others as you do to you, look what happened. Read the Book of Mormon. You can see it's exactly the spitting image of what's happening to this country today. Corporate greed. They call up the government. Give another stimulus. We need our companies stimulated. Even though someone's going to be paying high taxes to pay it off, we're great. We'll take that small loan now, you know. And the government goes and hammers it out. Meanwhile, you guys get more money and you go spend it foolishly. And then you got to go and complain and be like, my food stamps didn't come in. I mean, literally. I mean, think of it. You got to be self-sufficient. You got to be blessed. Look, some people feel that they're not being blessed because God owes them. Look at the transgendered people, for example. God owes me facial femme, breast surgery, penis removal. I need to be a woman. God doesn't owe you diddly crap. The government doesn't owe you a sex change. The government doesn't owe baby poppers. The government doesn't owe anyone. The thing is we're slowly becoming a communist country, a socialist country. But look at the Book of Mormon. I've decided I'm going to finish reading it again and start over. You see, tribes were against tribes back in the day, Native Americans. It was not for, it was for other things. It was for survival most. You watch the Dances with Wolves. It'll explain it. But no one wants to listen. All they want to do is sit there and, please God, give me some money. Look, The secret is to stretch your money out. Look at what I did to Chloe today, right? I said to Chloe, use my card and give me some milk. That's all I need right now, milk. I got plenty of ramen, so what happened? More chocolate milk. She did also get me some more half and half, you see? That's all I needed. That's all I needed. How content is that? I'm content. Tobacco, good. When Wednesday comes, I'll go and get some more some cherry. In the meantime, I got regular grizzly with a fish on the front. Fish is cool, by the way. You see, I'm not complaining. I'm content. Let me tell you what's going on in my heart, my turmoil. Does anyone want to know what really hurts me the most? I don't even tell this to my friend who was talking about persecution. Let me look at the content real quick. I want to make sure on the topic, so I cover her topic too, because this is not just about mine. Spiritual oppression. There is spiritual oppression. Look around. Spiritual oppression is there, people. When God turned around, think of it. In the 1800s, people were persecuted spiritually because they believed in the Book of Mormon. I'm using the Book of Mormon as a severe example. Our Constitution says we have the rights to bear arms. But doesn't our Constitution say we have the rights to practice whatever religion we have without a fear of persecution? But then our government doesn't do anything. Governors turn around like Boggs and issues an execution order for Mormons. Look it up. It was true. What happened to the American people? American people got crap on. Well, that should feed Boppy for about a week. Then I can open up the next bag. There you go, Bob. There you go, my son. You got some more food. Praise the Lord for your child. You see? Even Moppy knows it's a blessing to it. But do you want to know what bothers me the most? My soul. Where it keeps me up at night? This country. This country, when they keep putting their hand out and asking for more. This country, where I go down the street and everyone is glued to their phones. Everyone's worshiping shoes and everything else. It hurts me to turn around and hear someone say, God didn't bless me well. I earned all this myself. That's saying you don't believe in God and you worked your ass off. If it wasn't for God, God wouldn't have done it. Look at Job. Job was a hard worker, very righteous man. Satan said, tempt Job, he'll curse you. Job never cursed the Lord once when everything was taken. It said he got it back double-fold. It was 2 to 7-fold, as the Bible says. So think of it. I think it was like 2 times, but I think it's also 7-fold. So, but think of it. He got everything back and more because he never once denied the Lord. Literally, the Lord is the Messiah. Jesus is the Messiah. Think of it. Do you think God doesn't basically, maybe the heavens are closed, right? Maybe they're not. Maybe Satan can still walk in, like in Job, he just walked in. And they asked Satan, God asked him, where'd you come from? He said, walking to and fro on the earth. Satan's footstep, Satan's backyard is this entire planet. He's tempting everyone, but he can't tempt you. He sends people to try to tempt you. Think of it. People sit there, right? Think of it. Let me tell you about spiritual oppression, the way that Satan's working it now. Oh, hi, you're a cutie pie. Did you get your food today? I didn't feed him today. It's about the food feeding for him. It's feeding time for Boom Boom. Hi! You hungry little rabbit? Boop. Yeah, I love this guy with my heart. Spiritual oppression means when people turn around people and they oppress you. You get oppressed. Think of it this way. What is spiritual oppression? Two ways. One, telling people that God doesn't exist and you're a fool for believing in something that doesn't exist because supposedly you can't see God. I've seen God. I've seen Jesus. I had a vision when I was younger. A flaming, talking face in a vision said, "Don't be afraid. Follow my son." I've even heard a trumpet blast in the middle of winter. At 3 in the morning when nothing's around. I asked my mother about it. She said, "If you heard a trumpet blast, that means that only certain people that are right with the Lord will hear the trumpet blast." Remember, the trumpet is a blast that either A, Jesus is coming down from the clouds, or B, Revelation starting. Let me ask you a question. All these people are seeing things happen right now. Here you go. Boom, boom. Hungry? Well, someone told me the other day that I am, no offense, Frank, I'm using Job as an example, but look at the Mormons, for example. Let me just tell you about their faith, Frank. I'm not going to say Mormons are right or wrong, okay? I'm not going to deny anyone's faith, okay? But did you know how many people died pulling hand carts to Salt Lake City? Died. How many people got gangrene and had their foots amputated and stuff because of it? The Mormons wouldn't let them have provisions. They did, and yet the real pissed me off, as I read, was that the Mormons pulling these hand carts across the plains with nothing, basically nothing, and then the Mormons were rationing out their things, X amount of food per person, and then kept cutting it down until about 300 miles to Salt Lake City when they got provisioned again. Think of it. They had so much faith that they were being persecuted for it, just like Job. But these people went across the plains and nearly lost their life. Some of them did. Women, children, men, old women. Think of it. Think of the people that were told that they had to be Christian or be put to death. That was starting. They killed them. Spanish Inquisition. It was bad back then. What about, literally, he was a real man of faith. I had a lady tell me today, a nice girl, tell me that I'm the messenger of God. So let me ask you this. If I'm a messenger of God, wouldn't that mean I have the title prophet and I don't prophesize? Yes, good Lord's given me some prophecies because he told me what was going on, but that doesn't mean I'm a prophet. I don't sit here and say I'm a prophet. No, I'm not a prophet. So Joseph R. Biden is our president. Big deal. God told me that would happen. God also told me 4 months before Biden was going to be choosing Kamala Harris. I told them it was going to be Kamala Harris. Everyone told me, no, Trump's going to be in. Kamala Harris has nothing, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, Biden's president. Kamala Harris. People sat there and I've been saying all these things for the last 13 months coming true, things that come true. People see my prophecies at 99.8% accuracy. Most prophets get 100% accurate. Look at the covenant doctrines and covenants and other things. Those prophets, there's a video out on YouTube that's free for anyone that's a Prime member, that the guy basically uses prophecy as a test for everything in the Book of Mormon. But think of this. Let's talk about spiritual oppression again. Oh yeah, I'm so happy, Frank, that you've been so blessed. Your friend told you what? See, you come here, Calvin, which is cool, and you speak the truth in Calvin's terms, but to the rest of us, you're not explaining what it is, literally. So can you elaborate? Your friends told you what? Now, while you explain it in the comments, let me explain spiritual oppression. Satan is finding ways every day to oppress the spirit, to stay away from God. That is between alcohol, here, drink, pass out. Yeah, that's what you want to gamble, to, other things. Well, gambling in moderation's fine. To binge watching your favorite TV shows and not opening up your Bible. Now, if you turn on religious TV or religious movies and you're learning more and more about miracles and God, that's not a spiritual oppression. That means you're devoting your time to God through movies that were made about God. Yeah, well, I actually foretold this 6 months before Kamala Harris was even chosen in the hat. My moderator, Pee Wee, and I debated this. She said it was going to be Susan Rice. I said, no, God told me it's Kamala Harris. She said, well, even if it's Kamala Harris, well, Biden's not going to get in. He's too old. Well, look now, I told her Biden will be the president, no ifs, ands, or buts. God told me this. Between April and June, he told me this, and around August or before August, probably June to July, I think it was, for Harris. Before they even had it, they had like 14 candidates. I was told Kamala Harris was going to be the vice president. I also was told other prophecies, but they're not coming to fruition. Am I a prophet? No. Am I telling you? God told me, yes. God told me 9 months before Obama took office that we were going to have our first African-American president. I wrestled with God for months. In the end, praise the Lord, he was right. You can't change God. And you know what's really sad in this world, besides people going against faith and people with religion, is they don't want to hear it. Think of it this way. Religious opposite oppression. People turn around and they say, well, we don't want to hear it, right? We don't really want a Bible in our house. We don't want to hear it. They say, we worked hard for everything you have. God didn't bless us, right? God might not have blessed you because you turned your back on him, or you got tired of all these people going to churches and everything. Maybe you're tired of other things. When it comes to certain family members, let me tell you, it seems every one of my family members has distanced themselves from our Mormon cousins and aunt. I wonder why. And then everyone else distanced themselves for their own reason. Well, you're gay, we're distancing yourself. You're lesbian, we're distancing yourself. You're trans, we're distancing. You're hermaphroditic, we're distancing ourselves. The oppression continues. So while they get judged for distancing themselves because of judgment, we all have to accept, The main thing to accept and the most in the world is God and Jesus. Jesus died for our sins. You were saved almost 2,000 years ago on a Friday at 3 o'clock. You see? So, your friends might have informed you, Calvin, but let me just tell you, your friends may have been guessing because I had a divine divinity that said he was going to be president. And let me tell you, for the sake of this argument, Calvin, before you say, I'm not a prophet. People think of me as a prophet. I prophesied stimulus checks would be in between the 17th and the 20th. I didn't take into account that God didn't tell me payments were going to be the 12th. I said the 17th to the 20th. They started going out the 12th early for the people that waited so long. And then the 20th to The 17th was the rest. And then the people that had to wait for it to clear, it was like the 17th to the 24th. And then another massive injection the 24th. Think of it. I only went up to the 20th. And then I said to everyone else, more likely it might be between the 31st to the 7th for the next round. That's what it was. Because they broke it into sections. My prophet? No. But a lot of people think of me as a man of, a woman of faith, or a messenger of God. You think that? So be it. I'm not going to dispute it. But there's too many people out there that are pressing the Christians. You know why they're oppressing them? Because you got Republicans that believe in God, yet they believe that everyone needs to work. Cool. The ones that can't work, well, keep them on disability. But to every baby popper out there, it's like, oh yeah, I got 30 kids, I don't have to work. But what happens when they're freaking 60 years old or 70 and they look at their retirement check or their measly SSI, and then they find out it's $600 a month because they popped out too many babies, and then every one of them's falling the same line as mama for the daughters. Maybe the sons are all trying to make a life. Who knows? Think of it. God's being repressed. How? Spiritual oppression's happening due to the fact that so many people out there in the world are basically turning around and giving you vices. You can sit there and binge watch your favorite TV show over and over and over, not open up a Bible, and next thing you know, your spiritual needs haven't been met. Think of it. There was people yesterday that made me sad. Some of these people didn't even have Thanksgiving dinner because they're so dirt poor. And that there's people out there bragging about whatever. I talked about making a lamb. I did. I made the lamb. I had a delicious lamb. Some people don't like lamb. Just depends on your taste. But to me, it was a blessing. I actually cooked it. Spiritual oppression also means to divert your spirituality to something that diverts it. For example, if you're a boozer and you keep drinking, you'll always think about that next drink. If you're a drug addict, you're thinking about your next high or fix, not about God. Satan's got you over a barrel. Now, if you're like me, addicted to the Lord, can't get enough of the Lord, watches lots of religious movies over and over, same movies, studying Mormonism, studying Islam, studying whatever on your spare time, playing games when you can, but mostly, you see where I'm going with it? Spiritual oppression is when they oppress you. People sit there and say there's no God. God doesn't exist. To, Satan putting this in thoughts in your head to make you doubt. Or turning around and diverting you from God by drink, drugs, gambling, whatever, video games, movies, music, books. Next thing you know, you could read 5 million books, but not one Bible. There's a lot of people out there that are spiritually oppressed every day. Let me tell you a story. When my grandmother died, I was heartbroken. She meant the world to me. God took her to a better place. Even my family knew that. When my dad died 6 or 7 months later, most of my family said, well, good, the bastard deserved it. And if there's a hell, God's punishing him. I think he repented. I know he repented. Then friends and family died. Then an uncle died. I was like, that's cool. I got other uncles that can visit me. Then my uncle died. I once told a friend of mine outright when my husband was present that he was going to sit in front of his big screen TV, have a heart attack, and the heart attack's going to nearly kill him. But that ain't going to be the end of the death. What I didn't know was his son was going to get him in his car, take him to the hospital, and he was going to slump over after the heart attack nearly killed him in the Lazy Boy. He actually died in the car about 15 minutes later, dead. So I said he was going to have a heart attack. Within 3 weeks it happened, and his family, my mom's boyfriend's family, I told my mother, prophesied she was going to die of lung cancer. She didn't stop cigarette smoking. She died of lung cancer. I've stopped basically talking about, me forecasting things because usually that comes true. But my mom held a lot together. But when my mother died, the flock was scattered. No one wanted to do anything. Nothing. I was an outcast. Family disowned me. Didn't want to know me. I was too weird. Why would my Christian mother raise me to love me for who I am? To be a strong woman. The strong woman against adversary. My mom was an alcoholic. She always told me, stay the path. Walk the faith. Sister in Alaska lost faith when her husband died Christmas Day. Her and her family. My sister Teddy believes in God, but doesn't have time to read the Bible. She's too busy taking care of grandkids and everything else. You need to make some time daily for your spiritual needs. Otherwise, Satan will tempt you. My other sister, I don't know anything about. All right. So out of 5 sisters, the last sister went in a mental hospital, all this crap, don't know what happened. I heard rumors they're on drugs. Think of it this way. People sit there and they say to me, well, aren't you worried? Worried about what? That you have no family. The only one you talk to is you guys on YouTube or Chloe or Chloe's mom from time to time or my father-in-law. I've dealt with people all my life, whether it be alcoholics, drug addicts. God doesn't want you to basically affiliate with them. You can try to convert them, and if they can't be converted to the right path, and it's their choice. You can't literally convert them, but if they want to be converted, it's okay. But if they're not being converted, and they don't want to be converted to the right way, you must let them go. Think of it. When my mother died, the flock was scattered. I didn't feel lonely. When Aaron died, the entire world shattered around me. I denied God temporarily until father-in-law said, look, your faith is strong. You didn't know God wasn't with you in Jesus on August 24th, 2016. That's because God had something more important to do, and he dealt with us later. He had to comfort Aaron. You think it's easy? You think everyone sits there on this side of the world and say, I don't know why someone died? What about the other side? When God's sitting there and they're like, I can't ever see my family again. And God says, no, you will. But it's not their time yet. So, for example, Honey Aaron died at 38. I'm 42, going on 43. 5 years later, I'm still alive. Another thing, so many people are not wanting to believe God, by the way, in spiritual oppression because God wouldn't allow pestilence like this China virus. I'm Donald Trump, China virus. Definitely China virus. Gotta be the China virus. Come on, just having some fun here. China virus. You see, we're being oppressed every day. God doesn't want us oppressed. But we are. Jesus said, be very glad, be very happy. When they persecute me, or persecute you, they're actually persecuting me. You see, when you follow Jesus, you're going to be persecuted. And Satan wants to persecute any way possible and make you lose your faith. Whether you be not religious. Let me tell you about a Bible study today. If you own a gun and you have a concealed carry permit and you decided to shoot someone on the street that's unarmed and you say you were justified, the guy provoked you, is the state justified to let you off the hook? Because even if you murdered someone, the Bible says thou shalt not murder. The only way you're exempt is during war. The real thing is justification for home invasions or self-defense ain't there. Christian would let them take your positions and murder you. But nowadays, there's no Christians like that. The Christians these days, they believe that God gave them the gun and they're going to do what they can. And if they have to overthrow the government, they will do it. And these people are most likely not Christians. A true Christian believes in the 10 Commandments. True Christian believes, love your neighbor. Do unto others as you would do to yourself. How can you love your neighbor? The true neighbor wouldn't rob you. The true neighbor wouldn't abuse you. The true neighbor wouldn't hurt you. But there's too many people out there. Satan is making things run amok. Murders are going through the roof. What justifies you carrying a weapon on you? What justifies self-defense? What justifies whatever? People are basically losing the context and changing the rules of Jesus to a set of narrow rules like this. Think about it. We're being oppressed every day. Like Pee Wee says. While you sit there and say, oh, well, no. Really. What about you being oppressed? First Rights Amendment. They're trying to oppress you. They don't want freedom of speech. They don't want freedom of religion. That's being oppressed. See, your spiritual is already being oppressed. Has anyone thought of that? Well, what about the Second Amendment? All these people are bitching and griping their Second Amendment's being oppressed. The gun was used for one purpose alone, the extermination of life. Bible makes it clear, thou shalt not kill. Say you get murdered because some dillwad kills you with a gun. And he's like, oh yeah, I got away with it. Woot, woot, woot. Next thing you know, that dillwad's being judged by God. You think God's going to let him go unpunished? No. God has a systematic of justice. You might think God's justice is false, but you know why God's justice isn't false? Because he judges you at the end. When you're standing in front of that altar, he judges you. What about the rest? Why is the justice system not working down here? I'll tell you why. Corruption. Rich guy walks in and says, oh yeah, I killed 29 bastard fuckheads. And the lawyer's like, well, it's justified. And the judge is like, okay, knowing the guy might be a billionaire. Think of it. A poor guy goes in there, wipes out 1,000 people, hypothetically. I don't condone violence. He might be sentenced to 1,000 terms to death. They might just give him the death penalty just because, or life in prison. Have you noticed that some of these mass murderers never get pardoned? I'm surprised presidents just don't sit there and say, well, a corrupt president, here you go, you're free to be going, literally. I mean, has anyone thought of that? Think of the spiritual oppression. Spiritual oppression. Some people say on the U.S. Senator or the U.S. Senate or the congressional, may God bless you in everything you do, like I do. I say it. Everyone else doesn't. Why? They're being spiritually oppressed. They're basically not doing it. How many times did you see other presidents say, may God bless the USA or may God bless America? Not many anymore. I mean, literally, there's so much diversion and divisive, spiritual repression and division in this country that everyone gets offended at everything. Turn around, you're transgender, and you hear transgender kids can't have sex changes until 30 years old. They'd be offended by it. People like, hey man, we finally got something. Then you got another party that says transgender people can't compete in high school. And they're like, amen. And all of a sudden these people say, well, you're wrong about it. It's our children and they should be who they need to be, even if it's female. And then you get a war. Well, they were God's creation and God created them to be a man. And you're letting them be a woman. What type of fucking parent are you? More division. Satan's trying to divide and conquer, and he's winning. The only way you're not going to win is if you don't give in to Satan. Well, Frank, praise the Lord. Praise God. God is mighty and God is good. Think of all these people in the divisions. They turn around and they get someone like Calvin to go click on some jackboot who's making a video that we might not see our money on the 7th. Government's already guaranteed it. It's every news agency out there. If the government lied, you know how many people would revolt? Think of it. They're waiting for the money. Ones that need supplies and the ones that will basically use the money properly. Everyone else spent their money foolishly. Now they're like, please, sir, can you please go? Can we have some more money? Literally, God's not a vending machine. Hear about the guy that prayed for 30 years, dear God, let me win the lotto. In a vision 30 years later, he says, dear son, you can't win the lotto because you don't buy a lotto ticket. Praise the Lord. He's truly a genius. He gives us advice. He gives us advice. He gives us guidance. The Bible is a guidance. The Bible is the book of life. People don't want to do it. It's too much work to read the Bible. Religion is too much work, but God also says that if you can emulate my son, you'll have better chances at life. Think of it. Spiritually oppressed. They're using diversions. Cell phones is a diversion. Video games are a diversion. PCs is a diversion. The internet's diversion. YouTube's a diversion. TV's a diversion. Movies are a diversion. When we have time for God, your spiritual needs to be met, but you're not giving it to him because you're giving into Satan's demands and you're being spiritually oppressed. You see, when I get done with this dip, I'm gone. I've done my piece, I think. And I'm going to use the bathroom first. But you see where I'm going with this. Spiritually oppressed. People are being spiritually oppressed. People are hurting. See, people who oppress you is trying to destroy the message of God by putting doubt in your heart. There's too many people out there that already don't care. They're atheist. Atheist. Let me tell you, there's an example. So many people put their faith in money and material possessions. Let me ask you a question. I'm trying to see something. Look, another thing I want to share with you is you need to put on the full armor of God. I believe I read it recently, Colossians. I can look it up. I believe it's Colossians. I'll look it up real quick before I use the bathroom. Nope, it's Ephesians 6. So I was close. Ephesians and Colossians. Hold on. I use the NLT, so I just wanted to... There. Passage here. Final word, be strong in the Lord and his mighty power. Put on all of God's armor so that you will be able to stand firm against all strategies of the devil. For we are not fighting against flesh and blood enemies, but against evil rulers and authorities of unseen world, against mighty powers in this dark world, against evil spirits in the heavenly places. Therefore, put on every piece of God's armor so that you'll be able to resist the enemy in the time of evil. Then after battle, you'll be standing firm. Stand your ground, putting on the belt of truth, and the body armor guards righteousness. For shoes, put on the piece that comes from the good news that you will be fully prepared. In addition to all these, hold up the shield of faith to stop the fiery arrows of the devil. Put on the salvation as your helmet, and take the sword of Spirit, which is the word of God. Pray in the Spirit at all times and on every occasion. Stay alert and be persistent in your prayers for all believers everywhere. See? There you go. Oh. Let me see. And another thing, people ask me about the end times. Think of it. The end times. What is the end times? I'll tell you. I'll read it to you again. The end times, we're here. Think of it. Everyone is loving themselves, oppressing you as a religious person, you know. We are. They left it. Paul wrote to Timothy about this in 2 Timothy 3:1 through 3:7. You should know this, Timothy, that in the last days there will be very difficult times, for people will love themselves and their money. You see anyone else loving other people nowadays or money? Think about it. They will be boastful and proud, scoffing at God. Look around. People are basically attacking people that believe in God still. Disobedient to parents. I see it all the time. Ungrateful. A lot of them are. They will consider nothing sacred. I consider a lot sacred. They will be unloving and unforgiving. Think of how many people are unloving and unforgiving. They will slander other and no self-control. Yep. They will be cruel and hate what is good. See, think of it. Examples are all over. When God's good to you, people are cruel to you because of God. You get God's blessings. Shall I continue? They will betray their friends, be reckless, be puffed up with pride. Think of the pride. They're not going to bring your pride down. They won't even humble themselves. And love pleasure rather than God. They will act religious, but they will reject the powers that can make them godly, like saints. Stay away from people like that. They are the kind who work their way into people's homes to win the confidence of vulnerable women. Mostly the word is lusting for the women, who are burdened with the guilt of sin and controlled by various desires, mostly lust, again, women. Such women are forever following new teachings, but they are never able to understand the truth. Think of it. This is just one of the things that Paul was preaching to Timothy about the end of days. Literally. I mean, one of my own friends and moderators said bring this up. Think of it, the end of times are here. There's more people worried about their extended food stamps right now after they spent their stimulus money. What happened to, dear God, please give me my money? And then you get the money and you go buy a new TV and you wipe out Walmart and everything else. And now you're sitting there, dear God, my kids are going hungry. I need to have my food stamps today. God's not a vending machine. God gave you the money and said use it sparingly. What did you do? You went and wasted it. And God's standing there going, punishment is its own sin. Simon of Cyrene, he's the one that basically carried Jesus' cross and was forced to by the Romans. His kids had to watch. It wasn't a pretty sight. Literally, I would be wondering what went through Simon's head. Let me show you another Bible quote before I go, okay? I'll do my dip. Is that what you meant, right? The guy that had to carry Jesus' cross was Simon. My opinion is the Romans forced him to carry it when Jesus couldn't carry his cross anymore. But at least Simon was there to help. I bet you Simon was very upset. But, it had to fulfill the prophecy. So let me share with you another scripture. Give me a second. I'm using a thing called Bible Gateway. It translates in 150 different Bibles. So, real quick. Let me give you a thing. Right now, we have pestilence going all over the world, right? So we have pestilence. It says, those who live in shelter of the Most High will find rest in the shadow of the Almighty. This I declare about the Lord. He is alone, my refuge, my place of safety. He is my God, and I trust him. For he will rescue you from every trap, protect you from deadly disease or pestilence. That is something I wanted to, looking for something. Something in the Bible under Matthew. Hold on. So let me look this up. I'm just looking up the entire scripture here. As Jesus was leaving the temple grounds, his disciples point out to him the various temple buildings. But he responded, do you see all these buildings? I tell the truth, they will be completely demolished. Not one stone will be left atop another. Later, Jesus sat on the Mount of Olives. His disciples came to him privately and said, tell us when this will happen. What sign and signal will return to the end of the world? Jesus told them, don't let anyone mislead you, for many will come in my name, claiming I am the Messiah. A lot of people are already quoting that one because apparently Donald Trump claimed to be the Messiah, all right? They will deceive many, and you will hear wars and threats of wars, but don't panic. Has anyone ever panicked about wars or threats of wars in this day and age? Nope. Yes, things must take place, but the end won't follow immediate. Nations will go to war against nations. That's happened many times. World War I and II. Kingdom against kingdom. It's already happened, empires fall. There will be famines. Think of it. Famines include food shortages and earthquakes. I heard recently there was an earthquake in Las Vegas, which was very rare in many parts of the world, but this is the first birth of pains, more to come. Then it says there's then I will be arrested, persecuted, and killed, which was prophesies. You will be hated all over the world because you are my followers. Think of it. More and more people are going atheist because of this. And many will turn away from me and betray and hate each other. It's happening right now. And many false prophets will appear and deceive many people. They were talking about Joseph Smith or Nolan Etzel or whatever, the guy from the Jehovah's Witness. Sin will be rampant everywhere. Sin is, as they say, and I've said this many times over. Sin is sin, Sin is its own punishment. And the love of many will grow cold. In the New King James, it says waxing cold. So, it talks about, So, that's one thing, There's also a cross-reference, I believe, in Luke, Mark. Earthquakes many part of the world, as well as famines, but this is the first burst pains for more to come. Then you got Luke. Famine. So, basically the same thing, They're talking about, and plagues right there. There will be great earthquakes, there will be famine and plagues. Plagues meaning, plagues are a sign of the end times. But when they say plagues, they're saying plural, which means the Black Plague would come again and again and again, you see. So, if you look at it from that. And right here, and the secret things in Revelations, the horses you don't see, right? Like the horses that you don't see, there's death, right? Death rides on a horse. God already released death on this planet. You don't see God releasing death. You don't see death. Same goes with releasing famine. Famine, horse that says there'll be famine and they will be killing 1/4 of the population off. Think of it. If 1/4 of the population happens in the next 5 years because of this China virus that keeps mutating, you don't think God's just sitting there going, think of it. God knows when it's time to call back Jesus. Another reason why people stopped believing in Jesus and started oppressing people is when they sat there and said, where's your Messiah now? Where's your Messiah? Your Messiah didn't come back. He may be in the risen, but you can't believe in the guy because look what happened. 2,000 years later, we got wars, we got pestilence, we got wars, we got pestilence, we got famine, we got bread lines, we got all this. Think of it. Think of it. Think of it. Jesus forecasted this. People ask me about Revelation. There's 2 revelations in the book. Revelation of John, St. John the Divine, and or Peter's Apocalypse. If anyone read Peter's Apocalypse, it says everyone goes to heaven after they serve their time in hell. Locusts. Well, let's just say this, Frank. If locusts start to wear armored breastplates and have faces of man, then they say those locusts are supposed to attack man without warning invisibly, supposedly. But they also say that those locusts would attack and punish man for 5 months before disappearing, So you got to ask yourself, literally, what do you believe when it comes to religion? Do you believe Revelation? I mean, John was exiled to Patmos. He probably had smoked too much ganja and had too much, whatever. No one truly knows that. But the Catholic Church had a choice between Peter's Apocrypha and St. John Divine's Revelation. They chose Revelation. Another thing is, has anyone ever read the Gospel of Judas? The Gospel of Judas explains through Judas Iscariot what God asked him to do. Jesus knew someone had to be the right-hand man to carry out the betrayal. The Bible made Judas look bad, but if you read the Gospel of Judas, it's another account. Or the Gospel of Judas through the Gnostic Bible, which I'm very well educated. The Gospel of Mary, is another one. Mary left for France after the death of Jesus, That's why they say Mary ended up in France for some reason, on a little island, supposedly with the God's chalice, No, I mean, literally, if you look at all this stuff, I mean, some stuff could be factual, some as false. You just got to break it down, figure it out. I mean, think about what I said. Right now, thank you for tuning in, Nucci. The thing is I was talking mostly about food stamps today, not stimulus. There's a lot of people out there, Nucci. Since you just tuned in 10 minutes ago, I'll brief you. I get emails all the time from followers, and people ask me to do research for them. I do a lot of stimulus updates on Direct Express. But lately, they're asking me why their food stamps haven't been, the emergency extended food stamps. And now they're going hungry again. And now they're going to the government saying, we're going hungry. Our kids are going hungry. We need food. Thing is God, they prayed for God to give them a stimulus check. And God knew they turned around and basically spent it foolishly. Do you know how many people bought laptops, desktops, video games, and TVs? I can tell you, Nucci, that if you talk to any of my moderators or other people that keep me in the loop, they'll tell you that every Walmart is empty of crap. Same with Target, same with Amazon, same with... The other day I was thinking about switching over in the evenings instead of my little tablet phone, maybe buying an actual tablet that I can sit on my bed and use at night, so I don't have to, leave my computer on all the time, And I was going to talk to them about that, but I'm not going to waste the money either. It's not, it's wasteful. Thing is I'll let God help me manage those money. That's the thing. You got to be grateful. There's a lot of people out there that aren't grateful for anything anymore. They just want more. I mean, literally. More, and more. Yeah. Simon and Serene had 2 kids. Apparently they watched. He was walking back with his kids, apparently, and the story goes that the Romans told him to carry Jesus' cross. So his kids, but he was very combative. He didn't want to do it. The Romans could have put him to death, but Jesus, they wanted someone who was big and strong, and apparently Simon of Cyrene was big as an ox, so they had him carry the cross. And by the way, cross could be like 75 to 100 pounds more. Did you know 700 years before Jesus was born, I think it was during Isaiah, the last prophet, that because if you read the chronological Bible, Isaiah, I believe, was the last prophet. And because of it, they had small prophets and bigger prophets. And the last prophet, I believe, was Isaiah, before the New Testament, which means they had the Inner Testament, which was the Apocrypha. I'm going to look that up for you guys, because I can't remember that, actually. Isaiah was the last prophet, they said. So where does it fall in the Bible? Let's look that up as a reference. Because I don't read the Old Testament much. I'm actually studying the Old Testament right now. I'm reading Genesis. And thinking of that, I want to talk about Genesis for a minute too. Abraham had faith like no others. All right, so the canonical contents. Okay, so it goes. This is the canonical context in chronological order, just to show you. So You got Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. You have Joshua. And let's look. I mean, literally, let's look. So this is Genesis, right? Now, I'm just curious. So it goes Genesis. Oh, yeah. And then after Genesis, by the way, and the chronological, before it goes to the rest, right? Just to share this with you in chronological order, so you guys know on the story of chronological, right? When Genesis ends in chronological order, the next book in the chronological order is Job, by the way. Job. If you have never read a chronological Bible, I love the chronological Job. So you got Job. So they didn't stick Job in the middle of the book because Job, if no one knew, was actually written by Moses. That's something that a lot of people are shocked about. Then it goes back to Exodus again, a little apart. Then it goes to Exodus here. So Job to Exodus. And then eventually it goes into peril of like certain items, right? So you got Exodus, right? Exodus ends. Then you got Numbers, right? And then in the chronological order, you got, then they stop, right? They stop here at parts of Numbers, right? In chronological, and they put in Leviticus too. So you can read Leviticus as well. So they break it up. So it's not like one book, it's a huge book called The Birth of Israel, right? And as it's going through it, it goes to Leviticus. Then it breaks into Numbers, like Numbers, and then, because they break it down into sections to make it talks the story, Then, you have 10 subjects. You got the beginning, God's chosen family, birth of Israel, possessing the land, united monarchy, splintered nation, exile, return and diaspora, Jesus Christ, and then the early church, present day, 30 AD. So, then when you get through the birth of Israel, which is all about, the 5 books of Moses or, etc. Then, and it also gives you a timeline. Like the beginning was undated to 2100 BC. So everything was documented at 2100 BC, right? To 1800. Then you got possessing the land. So what are we reading in possessing the land? Well, let's see. Possessing the land is the book of Joshua, Judges, Ruth, and 1 Samuel. See? Which is a timeline right here from 1406 BC to 1050 BC, right? So then you go down to United Monarchy, right? Which United Monarchy, 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel, 1 Kings, Chronicles 2, Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastic, Song of Songs. Starts at 1050 BC and goes to 930 BC. Isn't this great? It's in chronological order, so you know how the story. And when it gets into United Monarchy, they show maps, and sometimes you'll see something that says peril, which means they're doing like 4 stories, making the Bible complete. So you don't have to go book by book by book to read the things. They make it there. Like, look, United Monarchy. Did you see this? The first Psalms was Psalms 142, actually. The first Psalms was actually 142, you see? No, thank you, Peggy. And how are you? God bless you, by the way. We're talking about religion, And then the second Psalms was Psalms 52, you see? Psalms 42 to Psalms 52. And then it goes down. So then, eventually, when you get through the United Monarchy, right, which is Psalms and all this stuff, and it's broken into sections, like Psalms is all broken up, whereas the Bible, the Catholic Church, put the Psalms in their own order. This is the actual true order right here. And then you got the peril part, like Kings. It says Kings, peril. And, it talks about kings, and then it says peril, right? And then you're wondering, the splintered nation, right? The splintered nation goes for a long time, see? And then it's got Ecclesiastic. Then you got, you have mega themes, by the way. Then the splintered nations. First Kings, Kings, second chronological, Psalms, Proverbs, Isaiah. I remember Psalms are broken up because of it, so they're doing it this way. Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, Hosea, Amos, Jonah, Micah, Nahum. From 930 to 586, when they were kicked out of Israel and sent to Babylon for 70 years, right? And then you go to, because they talk about it in stories, you go to the exile, right? The exile talks about being exiled to Babylonia, for 70 years. And also talks about other things. See? Exile. 2 Kings, Psalms, Jeremiah, Lamentations, Ezekiel, Daniel, and Obadiah. So this is chronological. So what it's telling you is the entire things for 70 years. Right? Then when you get that, you got return, and Diaspora, which is the books of First Chronicles again, Second Chronicles, because this is all in order. Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Psalms, Daniel, Joel, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. Going from 538 to 6 BC. By the way, 6 BC is 6 years before Christ was Lord. Oh, yeah. Well, thank you, Peggy. God bless you. I'm glad you're liking my content. Someone was telling me we need to talk about God a little more. And then it talks about 6 BC. 6 BC, by the way, to 30 AD, Auto Domine, our Lord, our year of our Lord. All about Jesus. And this talks about Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and Acts. And then, if you read this in chronological order, just to say it, you got the Parallel Bible. You got Matthew, Luke, and John right here, parallel. So you got Mark 1, Luke, John, and John 1:1. And then it talks about Luke again. And then you look around and they put in parallel. So all the stories add up. So you know what you're talking, about. Then you go to the church. The early church. 30 AD to present, which is about to 100. So 70 years. Where it talks about Acts 1:1. And then it breaks it down. And as you're reading Acts 1:1, it stops Acts 1:1 at certain areas. For example, when you get to Acts 1:1, by the way, I finished this book. I read it yesterday to you guys. You finish the book James, right? Stops partly in Acts and goes to the first epistle of James. Then it goes to the next epistle, Galatians, and then it goes down the list, and then it goes back to Acts again, and then it goes to other epistles, all the way to when he's writing in the epistles, when it gets all the way to the end of the Bible, where in the end of Acts is where he's going to Rome. Then you have other epistles in between, and then Revelation. So it's all chronological completely. So that is something that I highly recommend. If you ever want a Bible that's really good to read, there's 2 versions. Buy Tyndale. The King James Version I don't recommend, because unless you understand the these, thous, and those, that's old stuff. By the way, I'm also educated in Old English and Middle English. So I can read the original 1611 King James and the original 1557 New Testament of the Geneva Bible. I can also read the original Geneva Bible. And by the way, the Geneva Bible is the only Bible, by the way, I've done Bible studies in different versions that has Bible verses. Anything before, for example, the Coverdale Bible, the original Tyndale Bible, Matthew Tyndale, as you know, was burned at the stake as a heretic. Let me show you something, all right? A little Bible history for you all, right? Let me give you an English Bible study. Timeline of the Bible was the pre-Reformation was 1400 to 1400 AD, right? The first handwritten English language Bible was the John Wycliffe Bible in 1380. 1380. He was burned at the stake as a heretic, right? He was well known. He was the opposite teaching of the organized church. They called them and his followers lowlards. The Pope was so infuriated by his teaching and his translation. 44 after Wycliffe had died, they dug up his body, burned his bones, and scattered them in a river. I believe it was the River Thames. One of Wycliffe's followers, John Huss, promoted Wycliffe's idea, and anyone possessing a non-Latin Bible was executed. See, persecuted for having a Bible that you could read at home to know God. Whereas if you didn't have a Bible, you'd have to go to church and let the church translate it from Latin to English. Think about it. And then John Huss's last words when he was executed: in 100 years, God will raise up a man whose calls for reforms cannot be repressed. Almost exactly 100 years, Martin Luther nailed his famous 95 Thesis to a castle door. And as you know, what happened to him, 7 people were burned at the stake by the Roman Church for crimes of teaching their children to say the Lord's Prayer in English rather than Latin. You see, again, the Catholic Church wanted full, complete power. Did you know the Catholic Church said that you gave them money, they would give you a pass for called indulgent sins? Yeah, sins, indulging sins. So they take your money, they say it's okay to commit adultery. Now, in 1450, Johannes Gutenberg provided the first printing press and made the Gutenberg Bible, which was 4 volumes, by the way, 4 volumes, because he can mass produce it. So one guy named Thomas Linecar decided to learn Greek after reading the Gospels in Greek and comparing it to the Latin Vulgate. He wrote in his diary, either this original Greek is not the Gospel or we're not Christians. Then in 1496, John Colet, another Oxford professor, son of Mayor of London, started reading the New Testament in Greek and translating it in English for students at Oxford. That's why they got the Oxford Bible. Within 6 months, there's 20,000 people packed in the church, and at least that many outside trying to get in. Sadly, while enormous and beautiful St. Paul's Cathedral remains the main church in London, 2003, typical Sunday morning worship attendance only around 200 people. Fortunately for Colet, he was a powerful man with friends in high places. So amazingly, he was one of the few people that the Catholic Church could not actually burn at the stake as a heretic. Then in 1522, there was a computation polyglot Bible. Even as the words of Pope Leo declares that the fable of Christ was quite profitable to him, indulgent sins, continued throughout the years to infuriate the people of God. So the great scholar Erasmus was so moved to correct the corrupt Latin Vulgate in 1516 with help of printer John Froben. He published a Greek Latin parallel New Testament. Was not the corrupt Vulgate, with his own fresh rendering text from the more accurate and reliable Greek. We have over 6,000 Greek manuscripts, so we know what the true definition of it. And he broke down the Latin Vulgate saying it was corrupt because the Constantine ordered 50 Latin Vulgates to be made. 50. And everyone had to go to church to learn it. Now remember, I just said William Tyndale was the captain of the Army Reformers. He was burned at the stake as a heretic. He made the Tyndale Bible. Then right after William Tyndale again was Martin Luther. Martin Luther in 1517 nailed his thesis. He was exiled in months following the Diet of Worms Council in 1521 to martyr him. When translate the New Testament into German for the first time, Greek, Latin, and of Erasmus, and published in 1522. Luther also purchased the German Pentateuch, 1523, and another edition of the German New Testament. This is part of my talk to you about persecution and spiritual oppression. The Catholic Church wanted to use the church by using it as a money-making scheme. Think of it. This is the true definition of spiritual oppression. They, barbecued people. So, Tyndale was forced to English, and God foiled the plans. In 1525-26, Tyndale's New Testament became the first printed edition of Scripture in English language. Subsequently, printings of Tyndale's New Testaments in the 1530s. They were intercepted and burned by the bishop. King Henry VIII, the more of the kings and bishops resisted its distribution of more facsimiles or copies of this Bible was brought. Yeah. And anyone who carried a New Testament, Tyndale's book, was crucified by either being killed by the sword or burned at the stake as a heretic. There's only 2 copies left of Tyndale's first edition, 1526, 1525-26, and prior to this, 1570 are extremely valuable in the millions. Tyndale's biggest customer was the king's men who would buy up every copy available to burn them. Tyndale used their money to print more. Tyndale was caught by Englishmen that he befriended, incarcerated for 500 days before he was strangled and burned at the stake as a heretic in 1536. Think of it. Tyndale's last word is, "O Lord, open the King of England's eyes." This prayer was answered 3 years later when King VIII finally allowed and even funded the printing of an English Bible called the Great Bible. But before that could happen, Miles Coverdale and John Thomas Matthew Rogers, Oil's disciples of Tyndale's life, printed their own copies of the English Bible in 1535, known as the Coverdale Bible. John Rogers went into hiding and printed the second complete English Bible in 1537, called Thomas, and used his pseudonym Thomas Matthew. So the Miles Tyndale Bible was nearly identical to the second edition in 1549. Thomas Cranmer, the Archbishop of Canterbury, hired Miles Coverdale to bequest King Henry VIII to publish the Great Bible. The Great Bible was finished and printed between April 1539 and December 1541. It was not King Henry had a change of conscience regarding the Bible. His motives were more sinister, but the Lord sometimes used evil intentions to bring about men to his glory. So the reason he did this, King Henry VIII did it because, if you remember, he wanted to divorce his wife. Instead, he had 2 of his many wives executed, put into the Tower of London and executed, like Anne Boleyn. Remember, he wanted Anne Boleyn, I believe. Then he decided to find a new church called the Anglican Church, or the Church of England. But through the 1940s and in the 1540s to 1550s, after Henry VIII King Henry VIII, King Edward VI took the throne after his death. The reign of Queen Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary got her name because she was Catholic and she was putting people to death. So, they were called, the era was known as the Marian Exile. But people were fleeing and going to Switzerland. And that is where we get the Geneva Bible. Mars Coverdale and John Foxe published the famous Foxe's Book of Martyrs. John Calvin and John Knox were great reformers of the Scottish Church, and the Church of Geneva determined to produce a Bible that would educate their families while being continued in a modern-day exile. Remember, the modern-day exile is what I just said, the 1550s. The other exile was 586 BC. So, the Geneva Bible was added numbered to the first Bible, as I said, that added verses. And it was the most popular Bible. And in 1557, it was the New Testament completed. And then in 1560, the entire Geneva Bible was completed. That's where you get the Britches Bible. Now, from 1560 to 1611, the Geneva Bible was the most sought-after Bible in the world. And for good reason. It was the best Bible. So when King James came out, before King James came out in 1611, they had another Bible revision. The Great Bible failed, so they decided to, under Queen Elizabeth I, of the Geneva version, but she was basically against the institutional church of the day. So what happened was some people decided the Great Bible was decades old, so they did a revision called the Bishop's Bible. Again, the Great Bible and the Bishop's Bible was the size of a wheelbarrow. You needed to move it with a wheelbarrow. It was that heavy. It was like 50 pounds. So there was 19 editions of the Bishop's Bible, and it was actually chained to pulpits. That's why they call it the Pulpits edition, because it was actually chained, and people couldn't take it home. They could read it there at the thing. So anyways, then in approximately in 1580s, the Roman Catholic Church saw they lost the battle to suppress the will of God, that his holy word was put into English in 1582 by the Church of Rome for Latin only, and started their own English edition known as the Douay-Rheims. Now, when Queen Elizabeth, Prince James of Scottish became King James I, he contracted 47 scholars that if they didn't put in what he liked in the Bible, he'd put him to death. So, in 1607 to 1609, the works assembled. In 1610, they went to the press. In 1611, the first edition of the King James Bible came about. But because some of typographical errors in the first editions of the Bible, there's some $1 million copies out there called the He Bibles, the She Bibles, and the legendary Bible that's worth millions, the Thou Shalt Bible, which means thou shalt commit murder, thou shalt commit adultery, thou shalt steal. And then after that, the Geneva Bible failed slowly. And then someone modified and made the 1769, they updated the King James Bible into our modern current English in 1769. And then in 1833, Noah Webster created his own Bible with his Webster's Dictionary. And then in the 1880s, every Bible had not 66 books of the Bible, but 80. They had the Apocrypha, which eventually the Apocrypha was removed. So the Americans responded to England's ERV by nearly doing one called there's the England Revised Version. Now that we have the American Standard Version. And then in 1971, we had the new American Standard Version. and the NSAV or the NSAB or the NAS, which is the New American Standard Bible, which was met. In 1973, people got tired of all these versions and came out with the NIV, the New International Version. In 1982, they decided to update the King James Version with the New King James or the NKV. In 2002, they decided to do the readability of the NIV by making the NSV, the New Standard Version. So as you can see, there's so many versions, but I truly love my NLT Chronological Bible. So hopefully that tells you exactly what you guys need to know, because, people were persecuted for having a Bible at home. They'd crucify you. They'd burn you at the stake as a heretic if you had a Bible back in the day. God bless you, Frank. So, what do you guys think? This is why we call it persecution. And spiritual repression. The Catholic Church wanted the power. No, you're going to ask, why did the other reforming churches came in to be Protestant and not Catholic? And then the Anglican. Well, as you know, King Henry VIII wanted a divorce. He didn't get it, so he started his own church, Church of England. The thumb his nose at the Catholic Church. Queen Mary took the reign again and started killing people. Then King Henry wanted his own, or King James I wanted, wanted the own Bible, and the Catholic Church started to not the Catholic Church, the Church of England started monopolizing it, making sure that there was only one edition in a print at a time, and that was the King James. Eventually, people got tired of the King James, so they started different versions. Now there's over 3,000 different versions in different languages. So someone asked me once, Reverend, what Bible do you recommend? I recommend getting a study Bible, but don't always trust the study notes. Some are law-based, some are grace-based. The one that I believe in the most is the NLT Chronological, because it's easy to read, easy to understand, and I find the NLT to be my favorite. Second is the HCSB, but they canceled that one out. That one's no more. They updated it to the CSB. But it's whatever you believe in. God's truly blessed me well. I got a little bottle of half and half here. And these are glass bottles, by the way. I like the glass Bible bottles. And they're organic, so been blessed well. So, there you have it. Hello, Cam. God has truly blessed me with these small blessings. Am I worried? No. God's with me. But from the time the Church of England was started, they started making their own Bibles, trying to suppress the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church wanted to be the only church, but in the 1500s, you didn't hear about Islam much. Islam came out in the 1900s when it started getting to be more known. People in my day in the 70s didn't know anything about Islam. Didn't even hear about it until the 90s when it started getting more prominent with a lot more Islamic people saying that the Christians are lunatics and martyrs, and saying that they're infidels. Whereas in the Book of Mormon, they say the Catholic Church was so corrupted that every church was corrupted. They were because every church had their own doctrine and laws and rules books to follow. For example, they narrowed Jesus down to a set of rules, like you must do good works to get in. Jesus said, if you believe in me, you will pass from death to life. As long as you believe in him, you will have everlasting life. He didn't say, follow this thing. Paul started putting in things like things where they had to look over the scriptures and say, as long as you have grace, you're followed. But Paul also said you need to excommunicate people from the church, like in Corinthians, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, when someone said that they're one talking about one guy was sleeping with his father's wife. Literally. I mean, people say, well, Romans said, thou shalt not be a homosexual. No, Romans was written to the Romans. Think of it. During Nero's time, he married his horse. Bestiality. He played the fiddle and blamed freaking Rome for burning because Rome was burning. The Catholics, the first church followers was called Presbytery, so that's where it's got the name Presbyterian. So everyone says the Presbyterian Church is the first church. The first actual concrete church is in Armenia, the Eastern Orthodox Church. The Catholic Church was originally in Constantinople, Turkey, till the Ottoman Empire kicked them out. So they went to Rome, to Italy, and then the Italians gave them their own area. Has anyone ever noticed God says in the Ten Commandments, follow God, you're the one God, the true God? Then why do you need to go and repent and ask for an intermediary like a saint to pray to a saint or pray to Mary to get to God? God didn't want that. God wanted you to go straight to him. You can thank Jesus because Jesus was God and incarnate. Now let me tell you a story. In the mid 1820s, Joseph Smith, at 14, met angels supposedly and got a new Bible, or the one that said wasn't corrupt. The Quran claimed the Bible became corrupt. The Bible was starting to be written down, and later, during the Babylonian exile. Before that, you had to see if there was any other codexes out there. They had the Babylonian Talmud, and you had the Jerusalem Talmud, the exile Talmud. So you had the Israeli Talmud, and you had the exile. Everyone refers to most of the current Talmuds today as the Babylonian exile Talmuds. So what happened? Supposedly, Joseph Smith found some golden plates that had reformed Egyptian, and he translated with a pair of glasses and some seer stones, and he translated the new book, the new scriptures. Now, no one knows if it's true or false. They just found out that Nephi 1 might be completely accurate, but there's a lot of things that people don't understand about Mormons, like, was Joseph Smith a prophet? Well, a lot of stuff was false in the Book of Mormon. Like, for example, they talked about elephants. They talked about horses. The Spanish brought the horses over here. A lot of shipwrecks on our coast. Horses got loose and started dotting our countryside. Wild horses. The Native Americans, they claimed were the indigenous people of Israel, the lost tribe. No one knows if it's true or false unless you're Mormon. The thing is they said the natives came over on a land bridge from Alaska and started working their way down and populating North, Central, and South America. They say that a boat landed somewhere between North America, Central America, and South America. No one knows. Some of these big temples, like the Aztecs and the Mayans, they could have been from Israel. No one knew. They are shaped like pyramids, just like the Egyptian pyramids. So think about it. No one truly knows. The only way you can know is if you ask God and believe what you believe for whatever faith. But why did the reformers reform it? Because they reformed the churches by saying that God is grace, not only by works. And if you don't do good works, you go to hell. Hell is a separation from God. That's what it is. Hell is a separation. If you don't believe God, there will be hell. There will be it's in Revelations. The non-believers get to sit outside the holy temple is what it says. And the dogs and the swines. The unbelievers, the thingies. But it also says in Revelations that they go to the second burning in the lake of fire and be tormented. So there's two small contradictions in Revelations. Revelations 28 says, or 21:8 says, that the unbelievers, yada, 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 go to hell. The second, they go to the lake of fire. The second one is that they get to stand outside the holy temple, not get to go into the holy city, the new holy Jerusalem city. So no one knows. And then at the end, it says anyone who takes away from this book or adds to it will get condemnation. That was given in 325 AD by Constantine. So they're just trying to say, look, this is our Bible. You take it out of death. Then in between 325 up to X amount, you had the Inquisition. You had the Inquisition. You even had the Catholic Church hiring the Knights Templar to go raid Jerusalem and other holy cities for artifacts. Think of it. By then, people started slowly not believing in God, because why would God put them to death for not believing in God or burning themselves as a heretic for having a Bible? This is persecution. Look at the Mormons. They were persecuted from 1830s until they ended up in Salt Lake, where eventually people around the world learned about Salt Lake City and knew Zion and started going there. Did you know Joseph Smith was a martyr, but he also, his followers smuggled in a pepper box pistol that fired 5 to 6 shots at one time. He supposedly killed 2, wounded 1, and while he was struggling, he fell out of a jail window and died. Him and Hiram died in jail. Then Brigham Young decided to take over, and started using the Mormon church as a way, like Joseph Smith. Why was the church created? 2 reasons. One, he wanted a cut of the pie, the religious pie, right? When the Mormon church made doctrine, they said, you must tithe or you'll be excommunicated. You must not talk against the church officials. You'll be excommunicated. One guy spoke against the church and said, look, I'll be with you. He was humiliated. He said, look, if we go now, we're going to lose a lot of lives if we go across in this season because we're close to winter. People died. The church basically thanked the guy to getting him to a cross. But what happened? See? What happened? What happened? Think about it. A lot of them died. Children, women, infants, going across 30 below weather, trying to get to New Zion. It was either be persecuted by the non-Mormons that had fear in his doctrine, because they wanted to believe that Joseph Smith was a con artist, a murderer, a liar, a cheat, whatever. So a lot of them got persecuted. Even in England, the new Mormons over there got persecuted. People that had money, they packed up and went to New Zion. They froze to death. Some of them lost their feet and limbs because of gangrene. People basically said the three Nephite wise men helped them along their way, providing them bread and food and other items. One lady found a cave she couldn't find. When in the cave, there was food there, smoked meat. One guy says, "I'm a traveler like you. You have some money. You have some meat." Another person was dying and was sitting there, dying, not wanting to care anymore. She said she couldn't go on. All of a sudden, miraculously, the Holy Spirit delivered them a pan of bread. Another one took 2 sea biscuits from their trip. because they were starving. Added some water, put it on a pot and cooked it. Next thing you know, made a huge thing of bread so they didn't go hungry that night. These people that believed in the church kept rationing their food. The church would turn around. The elders and the followers would ride on horses. Everyone else had to push hand carts. And first they rationed out their flour for bread. Then they rationed it more, from 16 ounces to 10 ounces to 8 ounces to 6 ounces to 4 ounces. People were losing strength and dying. Why? Because the Mormon church figured if you can hunt and you wasted a bullet and got a moose or a caribou or whatever, the leaders that ran that cart company literally got to eat better than the rest. What type of person is that? If you find a buffalo, you hunt the buffalo and then you kill the buffalo. And then you distribute it amongst 200 people, or you find several buffalo, you do it. Instead, they're eating better. And then the church elders have to go ahead to Zion. First, so what are they doing? They're riding along in a covered buggy or a covered coach, saying, "We're the church, look at us." When people started saying, "Look at this. This is wrong. This is wrong." They're riding along ahead, trying to get the church built up, and yet they're telling everyone else, "Cam, you're a Mormon. You get to push this handcart from Nauvoo, Illinois, or Kirtland, Ohio, or Independence, Missouri, to Salt Lake City, dragging what little possessions you have and carrying supplies so everyone can eat and survive." By the way, Cam, you can't have any fresh clothes. You got to wear what's on your back, and if your shoes get holes in them, no, what? Well, one lady found this guy's feet started gangrening. But that's after his shoes fell apart. She asked the guy that threw him out in the middle of the plains, "Can I have him?" And his mother said, "Why?" True story. She turned around and made soup out of the shoes to survive. A nasty shoe broth. That's all she had to eat. They were taking and eating, burning rawhide and eating it, whatever they could chew. They were feeding themselves. Might have been not healthy, but they had to survive somehow to get through to Salt Lake. The church was bad. Look at the Catholic Church. Catholic Church says we go through charity, right? We support charity, right? What is the Pope doing? Well, Pope and Cardinals doing in their church. They're collecting tithes. While someone might give $2, all they had, the church was turning around and getting all these tithes. What are they doing? They're eating better than the poor people. What type of thing is this? Corruption at its finest. That's why I tell anyone who says, "What church do I join?" None. You're better off basically serving the Lord in your capacity at home, reading your Bible at home, and not going to church, because you're not going to be crucified or burned at a stake as a heretic because you are God's followers. And you don't need to go to church and give them 10% of your income. If you're on Social Security disability, if you're on Social Security retirement, if you're on Social Security survivors, and you get two checks a month, hell, maybe you get 3 if you're a veteran, and say your family gets SSI, say your whole family gets various payments, government, someone worked the railroad, and you're Mormon, you're supposed to give 10% of your check that the government gives you every month to the Mormon church. How freaking cold-hearted is that? And they don't want you collecting food stamps. They got a bishop's warehouse, which means you get to work for the Mormon church for food that they give you during pandemic and stuff. And yet, the Mormon church never gives an account, or the Catholic Church, or the Church of England, their finances. That's sacred. That's God's money. God doesn't want people to starve. The church is allowing people to starve. The church came out with soup kitchens saying, "Look, we're doing soup kitchens." Truth is, they're all corrupt. Think of it. Book of Mormon might have basically forecasted the destruction of America because of all the greedy, corrupted bastards out there. But it's getting worse because Satan's winning. They said this is the land of free, the richest country in the world. How's it rich? When you go to a church, most churches expect 10%, even if you're on disability. That 10% can go into my belly. They're not going to dole it out to the poor. They're going to basically say it's church overheads. You know? I got some chocolate milk I got today again, Cam. Organic chocolate milk in a nice little glass bottle. Love those glass bottles. I've been blessed well today. You see where I'm going with this? God basically says in the book of Acts, if you have wealth, distribute it. So everyone can have some, so they're not going hungry. They get medical care. They get cloth and warmth and stuff. But this day and age, it's to every man for a woman and child for himself. It's every woman, child, and himself. Satan is one. Acts of the Apostles stated that people sold their possessions and distributed it to the early churches, and no one does that anymore. Jesus said it's easier for the eye of a needle to go through a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get in heaven. Why? The rich man won't part with his money. Look at the working class. They won't part with anything. They might donate at Christmas time to the Salvation Army Christmas tree giving thing, and they want to be patted on the back because they donated. But is that really a genuine donation? I donate every month to two charities. Not much, but I donate. So if I ever need help, they know I can go to them. But guess what? There's people out there that are taking advantage of these charitable organizations. They're going out buying booze. They're going out buying pot. They're going out buying TVs, video game systems, games, movies, music, books, anything they want, computers, laptops. And then going to them saying they can't make the rent, like their stimulus check. Now they're going to the organization saying, can you help us with food vouchers? We have to eat. And they're going, what did you do with your $1,400 stimulus? And they can't explain it to them. Literally, you get $1,400, you don't squander it. We're in this pandemic for at least 6 to 12 more months. Might be longer if we keep getting variants. I keep telling Brother Cam here, my moderator, thou shalt not buy a moped. No offense, Brother Cam. I'm just quoting the Bible there. The Bible didn't really say thou shalt not buy a moped, but the Bible did say thou, trust God and God will guide you. So if you want a moped, that's your business. But I had to throw that in there. We're in this pandemic for 6 to 9 more months. I don't want to see Brother Cam, his mother or grandmother, starving because they, no offense, squandered, thinking, God will provide more. We don't know if God's going to provide more. Let me tell you the story once more and reiterate it. God turned around and people prayed to him for the stimulus. Some people got it the 12th to the 17th. Some people got it from the 17th to the 24th. The rest of us, we had to wait from the 24th to the 7th, 2 weeks. But everyone else squandered their money. And now they're worried about their food stamps being filled again. Their extended food stamps. States are working on it. But in the meantime, they're going to advocates saying, can we have a food voucher? We have no food in the pantry. And these people are saying, what did you do with your money? Literally, I was going to donate my money because I was disgusted with the corruption of this world. Everyone wanting their money and squandering it. My advocate said no. Use it for your supplies. Get through the next 6 to 9 months. You're going to need it. What had happened? Other ones squandered it on booze, on pot, on useless junk. We won't even go there. You know my method already. Well, if you need shoes, you buy shoes. That's the thing. Pray to God, Nucci. If God says buy shoes because you need shoes, go buy a pair at Walmart for $20. Or 2 pairs for $40 and let them last 12 months. I mean, you know how I survived my shoes for the longest, Nucci? I'm wearing sandals at home, or slippers, I mean. Look at this. I've had these slippers since Christmas time, gifted to me. There might be a little hole in where my finger's coming out, right? But I wear these at home. I have not worn down my shoes in a year. I've had a new pair of shoes 2 years ago that are still lasting because of the pandemic. I don't go out of my house. You see where I'm going? I guess that Cam didn't hear the joke where I said, thou shalt not buy a moped. You see? But ask God before you spend your money, Nucci, because God will guide you. If you truly need shoes, he's going to tell you to buy the shoes. I wear slippers at home. I wear my robe at home. I wear my pajamas at home. I don't go out. I got advocates that will bring my groceries to me. I just pay the bill. I don't leave. I got pre-existing conditions. God's protecting me. Chloe doesn't want me going out anyway, so I'm just like, fine, God's guiding me. But think about it. Think about it. Anyways, I got to check on a movie on Amazon real quick because I need to know how long it is because I'm watching with Dad tonight, but I was thinking of putting it in anyways because I want to watch it. So I need to go to browsing history on Amazon real quick because of it. Okay, so I rented that one. So hold on. I seen that one last night. 17 Miracles wasn't bad. I still got to do the handcart story. Let me see this one. This one is 56 minutes. Okay, that's just a documentary. I don't want to watch documentary. Greenland is one I want to rent. I rented 16 Stones. I still want to watch Handcart tonight. And by the way, I watch these Mormon movies because I'm fascinated about Mormons, all right? I'm fascinated about Mormons because our Mormons, the doctrine, the book might be true, it might be accurate, but the thing is, I won't join a church. I can follow what I need, but I will not follow the doctrines and covenants because thou shalt not do tobacco, thou shalt not drink caffeine, thou shalt not drink alcohol. In my opinion, So this one's at 1 hour and 50 minutes. This one I rented, which I was trying to tell Dad about, This one is 1 hour and 32 minutes. I can watch on the handcart. Is at 17 Miracles when the Ephraim's Rescue. That's what I was going to watch with Dad. So I just want to know how long it is because it is. Yeah. So, because I'm trying to time it, I like Ephraim's Rescue. And then I like the Works in Glory of Zion. I was thinking of watching Works in Glory again. And then, again, those three. I'm at religious movies that guides me through the night. What's on my robe? This is my husband's robe. Tinkerbell. My other fleece robe is a grumpy dwarf from the Seven Dwarfs. Apparently, my husband always said I was grumpy in the morning without coffee, so he got me a grumpy thing. But since my husband passed away, I wear his robe more. It's just a memory. Well, Cam, no disrespect, but just remember what I said, Cam. If you keep separating yourself from God, judgment will happen. And anyone who separates themselves from God, the Bible does say that there's worse than being connected with God. And I'm not going to quote again, but you've seen The Perfect Stranger. Jefferson Moore pulled Jesus off nicely. He said that's where hell comes in. And most people don't want to go there. So God's trying to reconcile anyone. So, thing is me, God's with me. God's always talking to me. Blessed be Cam anyways, for being honest. So Tinkerbell's what it is, Nucci. So you listened to a lot of my live videos, Peggy, while you were driving from New Mexico to California. That's really cool. I hope you enjoyed my shows because I try to do good content. But, thing is, one of my moderators asked me about persecution. The church persecuted people that didn't believe in them. Plain and simple. That's why I did this and had to talk about food stamps. You know, So someone basically said, I think you're a holy messenger. Well, you want to say that, I won't argue with her. I said, this is what I said to her. I was just answering her comment. Wouldn't that also apply if I was a holy messenger? Because remember, they say Muhammad was a holy messenger, but Muhammad's message was Allah-based message, which means that, Muhammad's message is you can't be homosexual. Yet in Iran, if you're homosexual, they force you to have a sex change. And a lot of Iranians are fleeing to Canada to avoid persecution and sex changes. So if I was a holy messenger, would that also mean I am a prophet? If I was a holy messenger, I was also a prophet, and I'm not a prophet, right? My friend said, don't be negative. Yes, you are. I don't see myself as a prophet. How am I prophesizing? I mean, look, Cam, do you think I'm a prophet? Do you think I prophesized Biden's win and Harris was going to be chosen and stimulus checks on a certain timeline and where, what do you think? Does anyone here think I'm a holy prophet? Because I don't think so. Perhaps that was a don't test me radio. Oh, God tests everyone. He gives trials and tribulations, Cam. The thing is you got to believe what's in your heart. The thing is, if you truly don't believe in religion, well, I won't push you. I'm not going to push you. The conversation today, Cam, was, and I want to get your opinion on it. You're a moderator after all, okay? So be honest with me. Emails are coming in, Cam. As you know, in the past, where's my stimulus check? Where's my stimulus? Now it's, where's my food stamp benefits, the extended? I got the basic $16. How come I don't have the $300 I'm getting? That's because God gave you your stimulus check to get you through, or the government, until this is all worked out. Instead, now they're going to advocacy groups asking for food vouchers because they got to eat. What happened to, now they're praying, dear God, give me my extended food stamps. You know what it is? I'll tell you what the real corruption of the world is. It's the human mind. Let me tell you. The human mind is corrupted. I'll tell you why. The human mind turns around people. And they say, oh, we're going to get our stimulus checks the 12th, right? And they get it. Some of these people have food stamps. They get it. They bought all this junk, right? And they're like, we have plenty of food. We have plenty of this from our last month's supplies. We'll get through, and they'll give it to us from the same date we get it. So then we don't need to worry. We'll squander the money. Money comes. They squander it. Then they get their monthly check. Let's just say disabled people. They spend it properly. And they're like, oh, yeah, I got me a new TV. I'm doing good. Food stamps are going to provide my meals. I don't have to worry. Food stamps come in. Basic food stamps. They turn around. And they're like, I didn't get it. I had plans. That's why I squandered all that money away. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here going, oh, so the state of Washington might extend it and get it fixed by the 12th. Well, let's see. Today's the 5th. So 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. 1 week. Sounds good to me. Can I get through a week without spending money? Yes. Will I get through a month without spending, or a week without spending money? Yes. When's my stimulus coming? 2 days. Will I worry? No, God's got this covered. Do I need to worry? No, God's got this covered. Whereas everyone else squandered their money basically blatantly in their mind saying God will provide, or if there is no God in their head, the government will provide me my monthly extended food stamps. Well, you know what? They're going to start to roly throw a shit fit. No offense to the word. And this is something I want to say to all of you because a friend of mine said that this needs to be said, and it's true. Thou shalt not rely on thy government. Think of it. Canada's giving $6,000. Canadians got to pay it back. England's giving apparently $6,000. They got to pay it back. Australia is giving like $6,000 a month. They got to give it back eventually, taxes. Here we get a monthly check, and then they're giving us food stamps. Why? The government knows if we got $6,000 a month, we'd be squandering every damn thing. Hold on a sec. Is that Mafia or Chloe? Must be Mafia. Okay. The government knows that you guys would squander $6,000 a month. Think of it. The government would love a UBI, so as soon as the pandemic's over, they flip you off and you lose your SSI because someone says, "Oh, I'm entitled. I can't live on $800." Really? Think of it. $800 a month. Your rent's 1/3. Say you got free electricity because your rent covers the electricity, water, garbage, and sewer, right? What do you need? Groceries. Oh yeah, maybe your cell phone bill, but they could just go sign up for a government phone. And guess what? Government's phone comes in. You got the government phone. Then guess what happens? You don't need that. Then they find out there's a government internet program. They sign up for that. So in the end, they might have $500 left over and they get Medicaid. What the hell does that tell you, people? 400 maybe. Then they say that's not enough to live. Their medicine's covered on Medicaid. And yet, they rely on the government more and more. Let me tell you a story. If it wasn't for the government paying some of the electric bill, my bill would be $150 this month. Instead, my bill was 2/3 less than $150. That was $50 this month. We don't know about next month, but you know what? I took it with that good blessing. Internet, we pay $65 for the fastest internet here on this island. I don't complain. $65. I was paying over $120 a month where I used to live for cable. So you want to sit here and say, well, Chloe paid the internet bill this month, the entire thing. I paid the electric bill. So our rent's covered, our bills are paid. Why should we worry? By the way, just so you guys know, glass bottles, organic milk. I got more organic milk right here. I gotta open this up. I like to have a glass of chocolate milk before bed. I've been getting my refunds back and getting more milk. I heard a story today that via email this morning that made me have my heart go pitter patter. My heart was pitter patter. Someone said if it wasn't for you and Chloe buying organic milk and organic foods, we'd probably be out of business. I told you right there, support local business. Literally, if I can. Businesses are struggling. Most people, they just go to the grocery store, buy non-organic crap. Me, I only knew organic milks and organic cheeses from my manicottis. And now I'm drinking my chocolate coffee. I mean, I'm making fun of that Norwegian guy who's talking about the end of days, I'm going to make up some chocolate coffee now. I already did. Throw some chocolate milk in there and you got chocolate coffee. So, but no, let me address this. The government you shouldn't be relying on the government. What happens when the pandemic ends? Food stamps go back to normal. Then what? Everyone's going to be griping because they were living comfortably on the money and they didn't have to spend much money on food. Literally. They might have had to buy toilet paper, paper towels, dish soap, laundry soap, dishwashing soap, a few household items every month, but they can make it last. But now they got to go back and spend more money on food. The government knows that the stores are getting more money out of food stamps, so they're raising the prices. It's called greed. So what's next? Biden's going to find out that the additional 15% ain't enough and raise it another 15 or 30% for everyone. And then what? Raise it again another 50% until it balances out the pricing so you get your values worth for the month? I mean, literally. Each family member that got stimulus wasted it. And a lot of them wasted it with multiple kids. And now they're basically worried about the food. I don't worry about it. You know what I worry about? As one friend called me, the messenger of God or a prophet, that you guys are all going to squander your money and then we're all going to see you all go hungry because you guys made mistakes and then you're wanting someone else to bail you out. I mean, let me give you an example, a short example. Chloe, she thinks I'll bail her out with my stimulus. Not going to happen. when the paper towel train comes in, I'm buying paper towels, stacking it up, and living till my toilet paper runs out. Then I'm going to buy more toilet paper. Then I'm going to sit on it. And then wait. We got 6 to 9 months minimum, maybe even a year or more. If this virus keeps mutating and spikes again, their government's going to have to keep extending it. People are going to love it. States are going to close down again. More money is going to be doled out. Eventually, the country is not going to be able to borrow money because the governments of the world are going to say, well, your people squandered it. What do you do then, huh? Do you sit there and make a deal with Walmart? These vouchers and cards go for food. You can't get TVs. And next thing you know, they're going to be griping, oh, my computer's old. It blew up. I need a new one. The government gave me this. They'll grumble against the government for not giving them money for a computer, but they gave you vouchers for food cards. Think of it. Vouchers for food cards. We wouldn't be in this mess, but no, people want to squander it. No. Unless the universe is like the TV show Sliders, by the way, if you can find a copy of Sliders on Netflix, Hulu, or Amazon, I have to check on that actually. Then you could see Sliders. You got to see Sliders. Cool. Peacock. So you can watch You can watch Sliders. You can actually watch. Can you? Let me see this. So you can watch Sliders seasons 1 through 5 on Amazon for a season. You got to buy it, but I'm telling you, Sliders is pretty funny. It's basically multiple Earths in parallel universe. So basically, you end up in one country, Russians rule it. Another one's the English. Another one's something else. Another one, men's the one who carries the baby for the final term. I mean, literally, it was a great show. One of my favorite actors in it, John Rhys Davies, is in it. I'm telling you, it's a great show. But honestly, look around. They came up with that idea, but it only lasts 5 seasons. But I love it, right? I love it to no end. But think about it. I can't sleep and eat much while worrying about my own needs, which I'm taking care of through God, and God's taking care of me in Jesus. At the same time, I'm worried about all of you out there who come to me and email me and go, I didn't get my food stamps. Well, what'd you do with your stimulus? Oh, I had to buy a TV. Oh, I had to buy a laptop. Oh, I had to buy a computer. Now, someone like Big and Higgins needed tires, so be it, for their car. That's needed, but the point is some of these people are basically doing it stupidly. So, what's this? Great. I need to ask something. So, anyways, I better put some headphones on for a minute. Pee-wee sent me an email about what we're talking about, food stamps. And I would like to get to the bottom of this, as long as it ain't like 20 minutes. I hate fucking long videos, unless it's my video. Because, maybe I'm a bigot in that aspect, but I find most of the numbers I got are different. But this person here is updating it. I mean, literally, I just said, ha ha, very funny. Let me guess, you posted it because it's tonight's topic on my channel. So I got headphones in. Let me just see if I have my volume on the headphones. Yeah, so let's just go over here and see what this guy is saying. 8 minutes. Okay, let's do it. Oh, yeah. Wow. This is about California. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Right. Oh yeah. Big deal. This guy is talking through his ass because frankly, yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay. This guy's talking too much dumb. So he's speaking for 5 minutes of hot air. See? Clickbaiting. This guy's just going on about bullshit. He's not even. Yeah, see? Uh, Let me just say this guy here is lame. All right. Literally freaking lame. I'm glad Pee Wee gave it to me. Clickbaiter. He went on for 6 to 7 minutes of hot air and then went to the States. Literally went to the freaking States. You see that? Went to the States and said, I mean, went on and on and on. It's like no one gives a shit about all this crap, okay, about hungry Americans. What they want is the crux of the problem. Now, with me, they said they'd fix the pandemic food stamp program in Washington by the 12th, but everyone's bitching about it. They've sent their stimulus money, so they're basically grumping that they don't have enough food in their belly. Thing is, you could have taken part of that stimulus check, bought a few groceries, waiting for your food stamps, but you didn't. And now people are fucking bitching about how they're going hungry. We're going hungry because we don't have enough food because we spend our stimulus on a worthless piece of junk we can't eat. See? And that is where I say you shouldn't rely on the government. The government can turn it off at any time. And then what? You're royally fucking screwed. I mean, literally, we got 7 days until the pandemic relief comes on. In the meantime, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to do about it? What are you going to be doing about it? Nothing. You see? Nothing. You're going to sit there and gripe the government ain't working fast enough. So my question is the government owe you a dime? No, they don't. You want to sit there and say, well, I got a struggling family. Then you should have spent your money wisely. And we wouldn't be in this mess. So there you have it. When people turn around and complain that they have not enough to eat, that is the funniest thing in the world. Literally. I'm not going to even argue with these people. It's not worth it. They don't want to listen. They think that my words and advice and encouragement are so damn useless that the government should be bailing them out every time they fuck up. Literally. Oh, I spent my stimulus money, but the food stamps haven't been extended. It will be. Have some patience. So you know how it is. So moderator Pee Wee emailed me just a minute ago. So anyways, but no, the point is you spend your money foolishly. Me and Pee Wee have talked about this time and time again. Prepare. You need to have a preparation or emergency backup plan while you're waiting. But no one does. They all think the government just drops some money in their lap. And if they can't do it, they go straight to the advocates and say, can I have a food card? I can't eat my extended food stamps. And then what happens? They go, well, it's only a couple days, but we have nothing in the fridge. And then these people take pity and they go and do it. And then when the food stamps come in, they go and buy more stuff laughing because what if they don't have any problems with food? They're just doing it as a scam, you see? Literally, they're doing this as a scam, plain and simple. And frankly, it makes me sick seeing the world go down the toilet. Pretty much going down the Johnny Flusher. I, on the other hand, have better things to do. Like, eventually, I got to dig up a box of ramen bowls, I think, or just, find me a large bowl. I'll make up some ramen. Oh, yeah, I got to get the dishes done before it gets too late. So we did the dishes, I got to put them away, because I want to make sure that pot's clean that you burned, because I have to find some way to make dinner tonight without, because I'm limited on pots right now because she used my pot that I use mostly for myself. I told her many times, buy yourself a pot that you can call your own. But no, it didn't work, That's the funny thing, But anyways. But anywho, literally, look at it from my point of view, okay? There's another reason why I bring this up to you all, okay? About the food stamps. And that is, see, look at this. I got dishes to do real quick. Should have done this earlier, but I was too busy on other things. So I had a prime rib, not prime rib last night, leg of lamb last night. It was really tasty, I'm going to make some ramen and have lamb and ramen tonight, That was my plan, but it seems because I didn't get the dishes done, I might have to change my course for something else, See, I could fill the dishwasher up nicely with everything I need. Turn it on for a 45-minute cycle. That's all it needs. Everything's been rinsed, so. So, you know, Pee-wee's a great person. She really is, everyone. My only gripe was that the guy didn't say anything that needed to be said. You know, his answer was, well, the SNAP program is closed plate. This one's nasty. And he literally doesn't even have the audacity to rinse, you know. A little elbow grease goes a long ways, I tell you. Leaving me with just one to go. So I got one pan to do in a pot, and the pot's got to be done in the next 45-minute cycle. So didn't even rinse my pot. See, this is burnt. Now I gotta let this soak. There we go. All right, so done and done. Now I need to find my paper towels. Here we go. So yeah, anywho, like I said, everyone, it's just been really, you know, amazing that people are emailing me my food stamps, you know, and I'm like, hey, you guys had $1,400. You could have basically stretched it out and said you had to buy a fucking TV and then email me. And I said, what did you spend your money? Oh, it's your laptop. Oh, it's your TV. And then they go and beg for the advocates to pay them for food stamps. I got emails today from 2 advocates. Actually, you want to get technical, the director of one advocate emailed me saying it's disgusting. They tune into my channel. They say, Rita, you're completely accurate. People are going and freeloading off them now because they spent their money foolishly. They always email me. Oh, do you need anything, Rita? No, I'm good. They know what I want that I can't have. So, my opinion, I'm good. Plain and simple. God gets me through everything. But these idiots, you know. Neighbors are probably going to be happy that it's only running twice today. And then it's done. You know. So, anyways, I had to make a joke with Pee-wee, like I said, about the frickin', you know. So, you know. Pee-wee's a great person. She's awesome. So, you know, the point is, she turned around and gave me the link, you know, but I didn't learn anything new. I mean, literally. The guy's like, these states have been approved. You just got to wait till this week. Really? I was told that you had to wait till the 12th. The state of Washington said it'd be the minimum the 12th to get it implemented. Because apparently the state's waiting for the frickin' money to come in. So unless the money comes in again, these people are now going to advocates asking for handouts because they spent their money foolishly. You know where I'm going with this. So, anywho. So, eventually I'm going to have to leave because I have to get prepared for my movie with Dad. And this is a movie that I truly like, and I don't want to spend all day with you guys on YouTube. I was supposed to make this video short, but you know, with the Bible study and with the Bible history lesson, and the fact that the people need to know what persecution is and spiritual repression, I gave it to you all in a ball of wax, you know, and that is something that's really, really big, you know. So, you know. Anywho. So, anyone have any questions or concerns? I'm going to do a dip, and then I'm leaving. So, finish my coffee, do my dip, and I'm leaving for the night. I don't know if I have any content for you tomorrow night. Probably not. Just a word to the wise. Stimulus checks for Direct Express will be handed out and doled out tomorrow at 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, or 1 a.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday morning. So I just got to say to you all, cheers to your 1400. I might send Chloe to get me one bottle of cognac to celebrate with you all that it came. And yes, I'm very frugal with my money, if you didn't know. I haven't spent any of my stimulus checks on rent and electricity. And a couple bottles of milk, because I'm pretty well good. Give me a second. Hey, Ma. Let me get in here. I want to find out. Yeah. Might have to eat a ramen cup or a ramen bowl for dinner. I like Chipotle chicken myself. Oh, my robe. Hold on a sec. Oh, there we go. So, anywho, is there any comments? Because frankly, I might just do my dip in quietness since there's no comments. So, I think I've addressed everyone's questions or concerns. So, anyone have any questions or concerns? Give them to me now, or forever hold your peace. No? Okay. Well, let's do dip and get out of here then. I'm out of content for today, of course, because it all died out. But you get the idea, okay? Don't rely on the government. Don't rely on the churches. Rely on your own self-needs. It's the only way you're going to survive. I am not allowing, right now we don't need anything, so, you know. God has truly been good to me, and this needs to be noted. So you gotta trust in the Lord. The Lord will deliver you. Well, then you can, since your phone's at 2%, Cam, and you gotta go charge it. I'm gonna be disappearing myself, man. No one's commenting, and you know my rules. I've already been there 3 hours, 15 minutes, so for the rest of you out there, I'm hoping that you guys tune in for another edition soon. But just remember what I said. It's time to be frugal. So take care, Cam. For the rest of you out there, just remember what I said. God said, knock and the door will be answered. Knock. And if you, one door closed, another open. So basically, ask and you shall receive. But sometimes God's not going to give you because God knows what's going to happen. He knows you too well. He created you. So if you guys want to turn around and, so with that said, stay tuned and just remember, food stamps are coming. And please, next time, use some common sense. I mean, literally, look around. There's people that are struggling. Some people are living on cream and wheat, and you're basically bitching because your food stamps didn't come in. I mean, what type of life are you leading to the people? You think because the government's shutting down everything that you're entitled to freaking benefits? You're entitled to food stamps? You're entitled to freebies? Someone's got to pay it back. Eventually, we won't have anything to give anyone because everyone took it. And then the country went bankrupt. So in the meantime, please think about what I said, I beg you. I love every one of you, by the way. Just remember, Satan's distracting you right now by having you watch YouTube, by playing video games more than you should, not in moderation, by distracting you from the Word of God, distracting you from everything. Think of it. You're being spiritually sucked up in things. Did you know when James said that those who love the world and the things in the world have no part of God? Think about it. How many people love their cell phones? How many people love their shoes? How many people love what's around in the world? Man was created to love human beings. God created us so we can love and feel love and be loved by the Creator. Not to worship the phone 24/7 by keeping it. Literally, when you understand the persecution's happening, Satan's found a new way to persecute you quietly by distracting you from God. Think of it. He throws a bone out there. Free money. You all take it. Some people say, well, I got disabled and You know, if I wasn't, I got hurt or disabled, then I'd be working. So no, there's no God. Or some people sit there and say there's no God because God wouldn't let someone live on $800 a month. Well, guess what? That's Satan sitting there basically saying, and God's saying, look, you can live on 800 a month. You just got to utilize it properly. Instead, what are you doing? The average person that gets $800 a month, gets food stamps, gets Medicaid, lives in a place that has electricity subsidy or their electricity is covered, but their water sewage garbage, has between $400 and $500 more a month per month because they have no medical bills. They get a government internet. If they have internet at home, they got a basic Chromebook or something that runs it connected to the internet. They might stream their YouTube all the time. Some people do that. So they might have $300 to $400 a month. They save it and they save it and they save. Eventually they buy what they want. So they're not struggling. Thing is, we're talking about people that are truly struggling. Instead, these same people beg and pray the government to give them $2,000 additional on top of their SSI. How greedy is that? The idea is out there. They sit there and say, well, I'm entitled to $2,000 a month because I can't live on 800. Bullshit, you can live on 800. It has happened. I lived on 1,400 for 4 years with Chloe on my tagged along. Wasn't easy, but God got us through it. Well, got me through it. She's on disability, so she's paying her portion of the rent. So, but guess what? Point is, the bunny decided to toss his bowl because he wants attention. You want attention, huh? I'll pull you out. Come here. You see? Small blessings like this come all the time. Hi. Instead of having a parrot on my shoulder, I got a rabbit on my shoulder. See, I love this little guy. It means the world to me. Hey, Boon Boon. Hi. You see? Just gotta make sure to be careful with him because the dog's still running around. So he's a blessing, This guy is a blessing by itself. People say, oh, a rabbit's not a blessing. A rabbit is. It's how you look at it. Everything's a blessing. By the way, a friend of mine emailed me. His phone should be in a couple days. He said they finally shipped it. Q-Link shipped it finally. So that's good news for Matt after waiting 3 months. So anyways, so let me tell you what I think. You have to have faith in the Lord. He'll deliver. No one has faith in the Lord anymore. They have more faith in their government. Why do you think the government put on the coin, "In God we trust"? That wasn't there for a reason. That was there to put there to say, trust the government, don't trust the Lord. The Lord was taken out of high schools, colleges, you name it. Only worship him 1 day a week. God, of course, is God, And because of it, my Bible study today was talking about what is justification. Justification. See, he wants attention again. You tossed all your food out, so I guess you get basically just 200 bowl then. What is justification? Of anything. People say, well, I'm justified spending $1,400 and then going and justifying myself getting a food voucher because the food stamps didn't come in, so I'm justified. Well, that's just basically called a fool. You don't see me running out saying, can I have a food voucher, please? I could get one, but do I want one? No. Everyone knows I'm well stocked and stuck here at home. They know if I'm watching a movie, they'll email me, hey, how you doing? Here's a story for you. I mean, look, Two advocates said they're now asking for food vouchers, rent vouchers, and stuff. Same thing every month. This time they need more. Literally. I, on the other hand, sit back and I laugh. I literally laugh at the people. You know? I laugh because, honestly, think about it. People these days are wasting money. Wasting money. I'm not going to complain. I'm just telling you like it is, what I see. And then the working class, who claim they're entitled to complain about the poor class wasting their tax dollar on junk. When will it ever end? You see? When will it end? Think about it. When will it end? It's like Pee Wee and I have been saying for months. As soon as the third stimulus is done, you'll spend it, and then you'll ask for a fourth because, you know. And by the way, has anyone realized how profitable the pandemic has been? Think of it. Let's talk about that for a second. I gotta restart my computer, by the way, and prepare for the movie we're watching soon. Think of it. Let's talk about that for a second. Satan knows it's profitable. Satan knows as long as he can basically control this planet and control the United States, he could basically get a forced stimulus on it. Everyone will worship and pray to God for it, and then when they get it, they'll spend it foolishly, and they'll be back at square one. Meanwhile, these corrupted people out there know it. No, I don't have anything for you. Sorry, son. These people want the government to stay closed. They don't want to work. They're sitting there like, oh, we good. But most of them are miserable in their job. So right now, staying at home is a great thing. They're like a little homemaker, living up the government dole. I mean, all these Democrats, not all of them, but a lot of them, they're corrupt. They don't believe in God. They believe that the government will, as long as they don't get the vaccine, quote unquote, which I'm not getting it for my own reason, that is profitable. Think of the church of the Catholic Church. Pope Leo said that it was profitable to sell sin indulgence. You know, church they sold sin indulgence. Hey, the church, they endorse sin indulgences, right? Think of these people. There's people like Pee Wee that want to go back to work doing her shows and stuff. But there's other people that are like, look, $300 a week, food stamps, free cell phone, free internet, moratorium. Let's just keep the virus going. They can't evict us. So eventually what happens? The entire housing market collapses because no one's paying their fucking rent. And they're laughing because they're getting free food stamps, free cash. And then they say, oh, excuse me, government. Excuse me. Yes, excuse me. Hi. We need another stimulus to cover rent and stuff because the pandemic's not over. And the government's saying, look, we could have given you a vaccine, which, you know me, I'm not taking it. But you decided not to do it because you wanted to prolong the vaccine. Now the vaccine virus spiking with seven new subtype strains, and yet you're sitting there going, well, you covered the first 2 strains. Where's the other 5 or 8? As soon as they rush out a new vaccine and spend more money on a new vaccine, what happens? The government turns around and gives more vaccines to people, and then you have to have a vaccine passport, then you have to have this, and then you have to have that. Meanwhile, they're sitting there, another, say, 10% gets vaccinated, and again, virus spikes again with the different mutations. Then they're like, oh, government, we need another stimulus, and you need to extend this again. Meanwhile, the housing market collapses, the banking market collapses, the stock market collapses, and we're in a Great Depression with no vaccines available because you guys chose, quote unquote, I'm just saying this is a hypothetical here, that you didn't get vaccinated because it's more profitable to stay home than to go to work. And by the way, with all these strains coming out, It's got to be a message from God. Trusting God. Remember, Psalms 91 talks about trust in the Lord. Trust the Lord, and He will protect you. He will guide you. Trust in the Lord. But no one wants to trust the Lord. They trust the government to provide. And as long as they know through Satan that the vaccine is, if it's profitable for them to stay home, they will. I mean, literally. What if the government turns around and says to you, everyone in your family, hypothetically, needs to get vaccinated. Otherwise, your kids can't go to school. So your kids get vaccinated, and then the kids say, oh, mom and dad didn't get vaccinated, but we did. What if the kid transmits another type of virus that the parents have, goes to the kids, and then the entire school is infected because, I mean, think of it. I don't trust vaccines, but, the thing is, I mean, literally, I haven't checked the U.S. coronavirus list today. I think I looked at it yesterday, the stats. So let's look at World Meter. Here we go. World Meter. So 31,490 with almost 570,000 deaths as of today or yesterday, because they reset itself. There's 50,000 cases and 415 new deaths. So the death toll went down, but the cases are 51,000. We even topped 200,000. They probably top it again. Literally. People need to realize that eventually they're going to have to do something. They can't just let the government keep the thing shut down. Eventually that goes into socialism. I mean, literally. Think of this. Captain Spock said, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one, or the needs of the one outweigh the needs of the many. You know what I'm saying. So basically, to the people, they think themselves, I'm not getting the vaccine because it could kill me, or I'm not getting the vaccine because it's profitable. Think of it. I mean, the government's already talking about fourth stimuluses. Let's actually check the news on fourth stimuluses, because I got to leave in about 8 minutes. So, fourth stimulus checks. Let's see. So, apparently there's top stories right now from CNET 4 hours ago. CBS is posting news on it too. So let's see. So this is just news. CNET's posting stimulus news because they like the clicks. Let's see. Ten progressive senators, including Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, asked Biden to do recurring payments. Again, recurring payments. So, but they'll probably put more pig fat in it like usual. I don't want to see this. I don't really care for watching videos. So, let's see. The relief payments, $1,200. More similar. Last week, group Democrats, kind of Ron Wyden, he's been pushing for. Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders sent a letter to Joe Biden requesting recurring direct payments and automatic unemployment insurance. See, they basically are trying to make the country socialist by keeping the government closed down. As the senators was reasoned in their letter, they need to put food on the table and keep a roof over their head. Really, by basically keeping the eviction moratorium in place. A early letter to President Biden and the 53 representatives from Ilhan Omar stalked out similar position, recurring direct payments. Majority Americans see it. Majority Americans, including one of my moderators, who thinks $2,000 is more entitlement for her than $800. Personally, I think it's bullshit. Nearly 2/3 of all voters supported. 2/3. You see, 67% of Americans want recurring payments. How greedy is this? Majority of independents and Republicans. Many economists also on board. 2020 open letter from experts feel our direct cash payments are an essential tool to boost the economy. Yeah, they're worried about the economy. Keep the possibility of another round of stimulus checks or recurring payments alive. It doesn't make them likely, however, and there are a number of reasons why. Vaccinations are progressing nicely with 3 different options available to the public. President recently said 90% of American adults will be eligible in middle April. 90%, right, but how many of these Americans are going to get it when they say it's more profitable to stay at home? The administration will on its way reaching its revived goal of administering 200 doses in the first 100 days. So far, it's 165 million, with 32% of the population received at least 1 dose. When vaccinations rise, the economy is showing signs of recovery as well. So, unemployment remains higher, yada, 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 who cares? Customer confidence continues to climb, reaching its high. Yeah, that's because they took all their stimulus and bought junk with it. Consumer spending drives 2/3 of the country's economy. And the third stimulus to increase people's spending power. Yeah, until they run out, and now they're bitching about the food stamps. The COVID would increase the deficit, leading to inflation. That's true. People are already seeing inflation. See, it says another stimulus check can wait 7 months. But in the meantime, you better hoard your money and buy what you need and only what you need. Which also faces public opposition is an infrastructure plan. The Americans' job plan with $2 trillion aims to rebuild roads, repair bridges, do away with lead pipes, modernize the country's electric grid, and much more. It does not include stimulus checks. Republicans oppose the plan in part for its resilience and higher corporate taxes. You know what? It's either fix the infrastructure or let the Republicans destroy this country by not fixing it. What happens then when the entire power grid goes out because we didn't fix it 80 years from now? What then? Then the bill's $20 trillion to fix it, huh? The American Family Plan is due to be a few weeks. What will contain has not been announced, though it could cost another $1 to $2 trillion. Higher tax on wealthy. Again, Republicans are opposed by it, Plenty of negotiating, possible paring down seems inevitable before either plan comes to vote. Biden will face an uphill battle, attracting 10 votes in the Senate. Yeah, you see? In both cases, the result, Democrats may very well anticipate the need for another round of reconciliation put through a signature piece of legislation in October. Using Path Forward, stimulus checks are low right now until October. Yeah. American Rescue Plan, blah, blah, blah. PUA runs out after 53 weeks and 79 weeks. There you go. Far-reach American Job Plan is $213 billion earmarked for affordable housing. Wow, affordable housing. They're going to steal everyone's affordable housing when everyone can't get their mortgage paid on these subsidized housing. And so what happens? The subsidized people, they get evicted. $100 billion for workforce development? Really? $100 billion wasted for what? Mostly they just suck it up and sit at home. Plan also increases pay for care to the elderly and disabled. Really? That's interesting. More affected. On a broader scale, plan also has the potential to create many jobs across wide swath of the economy, additional money in people's pockets. Still hypothetical, of course. Plan must still find a way through Congress. If Congress can pass it, it's the Senate that they got to worry about. You see? Again, it's all utterly bullshit. Bullshit. And everyone's pushing for it, calling the senators and Congress, but they can't reconcile it till, Think about it. Think about it. Anyways. So, all right, so we're all set for the movie time. So I'm going to have to use the bathroom and get ready to go. So there you have it. since no more comics and they all petered out, you get the idea. There are all too many freeloaders out there trusting in the government to bail them out. And, again, like I said, I'll go tinkle real quick. The government knows that these people won't get vaccinated. It's a high profit right now beyond the government goal. Well, the government to take care of them. I want to ask you guys a question. What happens when the government runs out of money? What happens then, huh? What's going to happen to everyone when the government runs out of money and the country goes bankrupt? And all those people on welfare can't support themselves because they relied on the government for far too fucking long. What about that? What are they going to do? Put their trust in the Lord when I told you to do it a long time ago? Are you going to trust the government then when there's no money? When big banks fail, Great Depression happens, and you're all going hungry and killing people for their food? What then? God told you to kill someone because they had food and you didn't? Come on, think about it. What are you going to do then? Persecute the Christians that are still believing in God because God's blessing them still and you're not being blessed because you were a fool? Think of it. What happens when the money runs out and they turn it off? Remember, Social Security is supposed to run out between 2023 and 2027. If people don't go back to work and they don't realize that they don't go back to work, then the economy fails. Everyone's relying on the government dole. Plain and simple. Think of it. They don't believe in God anymore. Now they're praying that God gives them their checky for food stamps, their extended food stamp checks. I mean, literally, what happened, huh? To trusting the Lord. I mean, literally, remember what I keep telling you, people. God does things in his own times. If you don't believe in God, trust them in their own time, then what's the point? God works in mysterious ways. You might have to wait a day or 4 for your food stamps to be added again, your extended food stamps. Is that long to wait? If you don't have food, it's your fault because you basically didn't listen. God sat there and said, here's some money, hoard it, don't spend it. What did the disabled people do? Mostly they spend it foolishly. What the fuck is wrong with this website tonight, man? This website's fucking slow as molasses. I mean, I've tried logging in and I couldn't log in. There, maybe it'll log in now. Yep. There we go. I'm trying to log in for something. The key is to basically be patient. But you guys aren't patient. You think because you spent your money foolishly that the government will speed things up and get it out to you. Do you really think the government is that freaking fast? Literally, oh, well, my food stamps are out and I'm going hungry because, really. It's where the government said, but these people, they don't think so. They think the government will just plop themselves pandemic money. What if other states say fuck it and don't take the pandemic relief? And then you go and you check your account and it's $16 for the month. What then? You're going to fucking sit there and say, well, I bought like all my money on our stimulus. I bought booze and pot and now I'm going hungry. Whose fault is that? You didn't save it. You didn't sit there and say, what do I need right now? Can I get through? Can I get through? I keep telling you all the prep. That's the other thing. You need the prep for emergencies, but you don't. You sit there and be like, oh, yeah, look at me. I got a 92-inch TV. I'm doing great. Praise the Lord. God's good. He gave me a TV. Meanwhile, you're going hungry and going, And then you go, praise the Lord, God's good. He gave me more food vouchers because my food stamps didn't come in. And then what happens the next month? The food stamps don't come in again. You get $16, and you're earmarking that you think you're going to get double the money from your last month. And some states say, we're not doing this anymore. There's too many moochers. Let them go back to work. When we think of it, they're basically giving the maximum amount, 15%. And people that already get the maximum amount, they're taking your maximum amount of 15%, giving it to the children. Oh, these people have kids, so you can go without a little bit. Your 15% is going to them. That's what Washington State's doing. If you have kids, you get it. There's two programs. There's pandemic food relief and pandemic whatever it is. And they're not putting it mostly to the people going back to school in September. In the meantime, some schools aren't even open right now, and it's April. School closes in 2 months. What's that tell you? We need to be prepared. Plain and simple. Most of these mothers don't want to go back to work because their kids are at home. The schools aren't open. Think about that. So the government's basically like, well, we're giving money, billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars for schools in fall. But between now and fall, they all have to stay home because their kids are at home because their kids are, literally, think about it, people. Where the fuck are your moral values? You're relying on the government to hand you an Easter basket. Plain and simple. It's not cool. Think about it. When will the government realize that, when will you realize you don't rely on the government? I sit here at home. I see emails come in of the most stupidest shit. When my stimulus check coming, I need that new TV. Another guy says, oh, I need a new laptop. Third one's like, I need a $1,500 gaming chip so I can play the latest games. So you'd rather eat a gaming chip than fucking eat food and then go to the advocate. Oh, yeah, well, the advocates are there for just that purpose, to take advantage of them because that's what the government gives them the money for. You don't see me taking advantage at anything. Yeah, maybe I take it. Maybe just a light thingy that people say I take advantage of Chloe because I don't leave my house. But is it a crime when you got pre-existing conditions? And then you tell Chloe specifically chocolate milk. She comes back and says, "Here's your chocolate milk. I also got you half and half." Cool. Half and half is cool. Meanwhile, half and half is cool. But so is chocolate milk. I mean, literally. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. People should be worrying about surviving the next 6 or 7 months, relying on God to guide them. You want to know what I would do with the stimulus? I'd hoard it. And if you don't have a damn Bible, no offense for the word damn, I'm not damning the Bible, then buy one. Whatever version that you think you could read it. Go through it. Memorize it. Open your heart up to God and He'll guide you. Most of you people don't even believe in God anymore. You believe your cell phone's God over God Himself. I don't believe in the cell phone. Pee-wee doesn't either. Cell phone's there for one purpose, making phone calls, spying on others. You say, oh, I'm insane. Really? Well, thank you. But at least I speak the truth. People worship their game systems, worship their movies, their TVs, everything else. Well, I'm in a pandemic and this is my entertainment, so the government owes me. Really? So the government owes you a TV, and then the government owes you food stamps every month. And when your food stamp doesn't come, you go and bitch to the world on Facebook. I've seen some posts from the Washington State Facebook post. Literally, some people are thankful. Some people are like, why is the government so slow, Show you. I was at Facebook the other day, right? Right here. Right? Facebook. TSHS, right? See, I even got the answer for all these people today. Thank you for your patience while we get federal approval for April Emergency Food Benefits, EFBs. Good news, we are approved. We're working on our technical piece for piece of disbursement by April 12th. In the meantime, if you're already receiving basic food, you'll get a usual amount plus 15% on your regular issuance date. Any emergency allotment will be deposited by April 12th. You see? 488 comments. Some people said, let's just show all comments. Thanks for your update. We have brought peace in mind. Really, thanks and peace. After reading all these comments, quite evident that the program is an invaluable asset during this crisis. Really? That's because you don't want to get off your ass and work. You just want to sit there and, So this one says, I had to buy the most expensive foods because I'm a diabetic. Bullshit. And then someone says, I hope this program continues well into 20, 30 years from now. Freeloading bastard. Yeah, I mean, literally, can you believe that? Foods that, into the future. What a bunch of bull crapping honky dunk. And then people are bitching about the letters, The max is on the 12th of April. And how much? It's clear this is by posting what they should be expecting. See? Expecting. Well, you know what? I'm not complaining about them. These people are. Immune issues and are sick locks, so we're grateful, hopefully continued it well into the future after the pandemic. Greedy bastard. One person says, I'm expecting my benefits on the 5th because I'm out of food. And they said, no, the 12th. One person's bitching that they're entitled for 2 people, $430. And regular amount, then on the 12th, get the rest. So someone says, I don't have to worry about food till then. I can get by till the 12th. Other people said they're out of food. So what do? I mean, literally. Like, people are bitching, what's their max amount? If they don't get the max amount, then they feel shafted. So one person says, I have 4 families living with me over yada yada amount of people, a boatload of people, and yet they need their money now. So, people are like, can't you answer the question, when will we get our money, So someone said the normal amount of $16 is loaded today for her family because she's disabled, and yet she, And one person says, I don't know how I'm going to make it on $19 for until the 12th. You buy ramen, fucking dumbasses. I mean, God says, So this one here says my normal amount $16, and I don't know how I'm going to live on $16 till the 12th. I'm now used to living off of eating better. That's why you guys are fucking freeloading bums. You're now telling everyone that you're entitled because you're living off of more. You've gotten used to be able to eat. I'm so worried. So, So they're basically, talking about that, So someone said they got kicked off of money, you know. And people are bitching about it, you see? So, this is the saddest thing in the world. Look, the extra money because I live on SSI, I get extra minutes letting me buy fresh fruits and veggies, fish, meat, and lobster. Really, you're living on lobster on the public dole? Wow. Someone's bitching. When do I get my money? So everyone's bitching the 12th's too long. They can't survive. Someone said they got 0. So if someone says they called the maximum allotted hasn't been given yet. Yeah, you see? Can you believe these fucking freeloaders? All bitching about them when some people, and everyone's saying, praise the Lord, yada, yada, yada. Guess what? It's a bunch of bullshit. Plain and simple. I can't believe how much hell I gotta see to these people that living in hell because they brought it upon themselves. And some of these people are saying, yeah, stimulus check, what'd you do with it? And they're like, well, we had to buy this or we had to get that. And they're like, that's not pandemic relief, They're like, well, to us it is. We had to get a kid a switch to keep him quiet. And another one said something. I mean, this is the bullshit they're buying. They're basically putting their faith in the government bailing them out when they go buy a switch. Literally, I'm starting to think these people need brains. Literally. I may need a replacement switch, but you don't see me complaining. I'll get through. But these people, they just want to freaking grump about everything. Government didn't deliver their stimulus check in time. Bitch about it till they get it. Then when they get it, they spend it foolishly. And then, what happens after they spend it foolishly? They grump again about their food stamps not being delivered. When can people realize? And then they pray to God for the food stamps to be restored fast enough. How do we know there's no money in the government coffers and they're not telling us? Let me tell you a story. A friend of mine who's on benefits doesn't have any money left over after paying bills, and yet, she didn't get Easter dinner, and yet, that stimulus could have came in early for her, but they're dangling it in and giving it to everyone else, spending it foolishly. And now the ones that spend it foolishly are now realizing the food stamps are being delayed. I mean, literally. I'm tired of seeing these people complain. You know that? Literally. I'm tired of reading people and they're like, oh, yeah, I didn't get my money because, I spent my stimulus money on, a new TV, relying on the government to bail me out. And when the government doesn't bail them out, they don't cry, saying that their money is delayed on food stamps. You don't see me complaining about it. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Am I worried? Nope. Did I have a contingency plan? Yup. So yeah, I mean, they basically buy what they want, and then they rely on the government to bail them out. When the government doesn't bail them out on time, like they think it runs like clockwork because they have to extend the food stamp program, then they cry wolf because they don't have enough to eat. And then the government makes it like, oh, well, this person is not eating well because of it. And then the government turns around and says, well, what's the reason? And then they say, well, this reason. And in the end, the government says, well, we better speed it up. I mean, look, we knew, if I was the government, you know what I would have done? I would have did this. I would have done this completely. I got to go, by the way, shortly. So I would have done this, okay? Anyone on food stamps, they got a stimulus check. That stimulus check is used for food. If, quote unquote, you paid all your bills, like Chloe and I pay our bills, right? Our bills are covered. Chloe spent a little more foolishly, but you get the idea, right? We're not going to talk about Chloe here. But I would have turned around and said, look, you're getting $1,400, make it last. When it's out, then I'll reapply for food stamps, we'll give it to you. But instead, they're relying on a stimulus check to buy useless shit. Most people on SSDI, SSI, survivors, retirement, veterans, railroad, they get a monthly check. So if they take that monthly check and break it down, 30% of your income if you live in subsidized housing and your electricity is covered, then you're fine. If your electricity you have to pay and it's $50 to $150, and you have a roommate, cut that in half. You still got food money. And then if your internet's $70 a month, let's just say hypothetically, you cut it in half, $35 each. In the end, all your bills are paid, and what happens? You pull the rest of your money and you say, okay, you buy your food, I buy my food, we're good. And you pay for the little things like the Netflix and the Hulu and stuff. And utilize it. Instead, these people turn around and are like, oh yeah, I had to buy a new TV and now I'm going hungry. When you get a stimulus check, you buy fucking food and you keep it stored up. What if they turn around and cut off everyone on the pandemic relief and said, you have $1,400 per person, use it wisely. People with kids, they're getting $1,400 and they're spending fucking foolish. Big TVs, laptops, games, whatever they want. And then they rely on the government. When the government doesn't deliver on time, state government, they go cry wolf. Plain and simple. Fucking government's stupid. They're stupid ass motherfucking morons. There's too many morons out there in the world. I see morons every day bitching and griping, not even thanking their stars for what they have. Instead, what they don't have. And then they go to the food bank. They're like, please, sir, I don't have enough food. Can I have some more than this? And they're like, no, we have to allocate for everyone. And then they go home and they get 2 days of meals. That's what they get per week, about 2 days per week for food. The rest of the week, they're sitting there semi-hungry and calling their family up, because I have money, I don't have enough for food. And the family are like, what'd you do, stimulus? Oh, I had to buy a TV and a laptop and a video game. And they're like, no. So then they basically get the hard lesson. And then when, say, fourth stimulus check comes, same fucking thing happens. I mean, then it's a recurrent cycle. The government should turn around with the fourth fucking stimulus. If you government people are watching, fucking put it in gift cards so they have to fucking only allocate it to Walmart food stores or your nearest grocery store for food. Say, here's $1,500 or $2,000, buy groceries. Then, if these fucking people on SSI and SSDI sit there and say, oh, I got $2,000 one-time payment, I'm going to go buy booze and pot, then what? They can't do it. They got to buy food. And if they're not buying food and all their bills are paid, like my bills are all caught up now for the month. Do you think I'm worried? No. I'm sitting there going, like this morning, Chloe says, can I get you something? I said, yeah, I want some more chocolate milk. Okay. She went out. She didn't say, oh, do you need dip? No, I'm good on dip. Last time I checked, even though I don't like the current flavor dip, I'm still dealing with it, right? And at least Chloe basically said, okay. She brought in milk and some other stuff that we needed for our supplies. In the meantime, we're not spending anything. Chloe knows when and if the money comes, it comes. She knows the food stamps aren't there. She ain't worried. She's like, yeah, well, we got ramen and we got a lamb to finish and we got a goat shank we can cook and we got 3 Salisbury steaks we can eat and, we got some breakfast stuff we can eat in the day. We can go and take the stuff. Chloe bought the breakfast foods on her own, no offense, not food stamps, her own stimulus. So Chloe wants me to cook bacon, I'll cook bacon. Chloe wants me to cook bratwurst, I'll cook bratwurst. Chloe wants me to cook breakfast sausage links, these are mine. But you get the idea. They're all food. What happened, huh? They're all food. Chloe basically knows I can cook breakfast for dinner. We're not going hungry. She knows this. She ain't worried. She's just in her room going, see? Plain and simple. So, with that said, please add and subscribe. Please post comments. Please leave feedback. Suggestion hit the like, subscribe button. Hold some fun for your family, including your dogs, cats, bunnies, or service dogs. Thanks for watching, and God bless you and everything you do. Good night, and look for another stream in the future. And post comments and suggestions of what videos you want me to make next. Otherwise, you ain't going to see anything. You're going to see this channel completely and thoroughly dormant. Thank you, and God bless you.